say that. I can get across the table.
I bet you could.
Really don't cut that by evaluation.
Okay.
I don't know what thought.
Welcome to the Braxton County Board of Education special meeting, June 10th, 2025. Today we have our LSIC presentations, and that will be followed by a work session where we will be reviewing the board and superintendent goals as well as completing her evaluation. And at this time, please join us with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we'll start with our LSIC presentations. Welcome and activity by Lori Stover.
Perfect. So we start every single school year. Well, last year with the Leadership Academy, and then we have admin meetings throughout. And you know that part of what I do with these wonderful ladies at the board office is we try to share climate and culture activities with the whole entire county. So we're going to do an activity this morning because, well, you're at the high school and you know we do things a little different up here. We're a little outside the box. So this is the first activity that we did with principals at our first admin meeting this year before we started the meeting, just to kind of give like a different vibe for the year, a different vibe for the room, and let each other know that we were there for each other. So we're going to start your day off like that. You know, it's going to be a long day, so hopefully we'll make your heart big before you have to listen to us all day long. So you have a plate in front of you. Now this is directions. Are you ready, Mr. Gregory? Get your military out there, okay? On the back of that plate, I need you to write your name in the middle of it, just your first name. Like, you don't have to be formal or anything. And then I need you to flip it over to the front. And I'm going to give you, I would play music in my school because we live on music. I'm sure you heard it as you came through the front door down there. That's how we start every single morning. On the front of the plate, nobody's going to read the front of the plate but you. So you don't have to worry about, like, you know, being personal with anybody. On the front of the plate, I'm going to give you like a minute and 30 seconds. And I want you to write down as many things in your life that make your plate full. So when you think about all of the things in life that you have to juggle, and you get overwhelmed with, and you have all of the jobs and all of the family things and all of the professional things, I need you to just start jotting down. If you were balancing a plate, we all know that sometimes we feel like the things that we do in life fall off the sides of the plate. We can't juggle it all. We can't take it all. We can't manage it all. And then things begin to make us a little scattered. So I want you to take about a minute and 30 seconds so that we don't take up your whole morning, and just jot down the things that you keep your plate full, that you have to juggle. About 20 seconds. first thing that all of you wrote in nice, neat lines. You can ask Laura and Meredith, when we did this activity, we wrote all over that plate. It was sideways and backwards, Laura wrote in a circle all around. So I think that means that you're all type A personalities and your administrators are not. So yes. So but when you look at that, I want you to think that should have, when you were writing all of that down, it should have invoked something on the inside of you that like, daggone, there's a lot that I do in life. There's a lot that depends on me. So that's what your building level people feel like. There's a lot, your teachers, you, us, trickle down effect. So with that, we like to know that we have people to lean on. There are people here to help us. There are people here to support us, even through the good, the bad, and the ugly. Not just when we're on top of the mountain, but, and I think that you'll see that throughout the presentations, that we leaned on each other this year. We learned things from each other this year. So the things that fall off of our plate, if something is falling off of my plate, I know that Flora can help me put it back on my plate. So I want you to turn your plate over with your name on it, and we're going to pass your plates around, and you are going to now think, when I see Kevin's plate, I'm going to think of all of the personality traits that Kevin has himself that can help him juggle his plate without knowing what's on his plate. I don't care what's on his plate. He might have a problem. Kevin might not be able to keep the laundry done at his house. And Gabby's mad.
Gabby says.
Right? Yeah, did you put laundry on the plate, Kevin? You should have put that there.
Just put home.
Oh, well, there you go. So apparently there's more than laundry, right? So you are going to think of a personality trait that that person is good at. So when I think of Evelyn, what is a personality trait that makes her good at what she does as a person in order to make the things that may be on the underside of her plate that she's trying to juggle? Does that make sense? We're going to do that again in a minute and 30 seconds. So, and they're going to take part. So you're going to put your plate here. You're going to have to get up out your seat because you're going to come right on plates as well. There. Now, Dawn's not doing this because we already did this with her and she knows all the things.
She has no personality.
Well, she does, and we wrote a lot of things. Now, we will write some of those things that, I will remember that, like, one of Donna's was like being a mentor. So that was one of the things. But they're going to take part too, and you guys are going to take part. You're just going to take your pen and write an attribute, a personality trait, something nice, Larry, about the people on the plate, okay? Now, tuck it in. All right? So a minute and 30 seconds. So, have at it.
He giggles as he drinks.
Did you sense them? Yes. Tracy, this one. You want to take part? Do you know these people well enough yet?
No.
Oh. Lisa?
That's it. I'm good.
No, you can write more than one word. You can write whatever you want to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Listen to that.
I can write it myself if I want to. Write something new on your own.
I'm not writing anything. They're ready to do my evaluation.
That's right.
I'm thinking video of our evaluation.
Where's her plate at? We can just do the evaluation off of the 360 peer review. Where'd you get his plates? Don't have a plate? Leave the plate, I'm good. I don't want to write on yours.
Or Joe, what you say about me. Organized. Go through more than one time.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want to. There's no rhyme or reason.
When the time runs out.
Yes.
It's when you blow the whistle.
Yep.
Go ahead. Oh, you already did it?
Corey does this for us before, during, and after every principal's meeting. He does some great culture and accountability exercises. It's really, I think, done a lot for us. Oh, gosh, yes. Yeah, my principals look forward to coming to meetings now. Fighting wrong from the administrators to be wrong. Right down the line.
Organize your thoughts.
You got about 30 seconds. All right. As you make your way back, I want you to grab your plate. Or I'll grab them for you. So on the back is, and the whole purpose is you don't know who wrote what on the back of your plate, but that's just a limelight. Now you can look at how many people are in this room and took part with you, but that's the way that you're viewed by other people. So the whole point is that while you, most of the time, on a day-to-day, there's not a 24-hour period that goes by, you're like superhuman, if a 24-hour period goes by that you're not overwhelmed with something. If you don't have to call somebody for an answer or help or whatever. Those things on the back of your plate are what you do for other people and what they see for you. So while you feel like throughout the year, especially during the school year, for all of us, because that's what we do mainly, sometimes that gets bogged down and that gets overwhelming. So we kept our plates. We have all of our plates. Mine are down in my office. I looked at mine this morning before I came up here to do this with you because we did it in an admin meeting. So the things that are on the back of that plate, while I get overwhelmed with the things on the front of that plate, whether it be personal or professional, the back of that plate is who I am to other people. And the back of that plate is what makes me be seen and makes me be important. And I know that because I'm seen that way with all of that good and all of that positive, that they're willing then to help me because that's what I bring to the table for them. Thus, that's why it's on the plate. Of course, it represents the stuff falls off the plate, and it does, and sometimes it hits the ground and it makes a huge, huge mess. But the things that make up your plate, the foundation of your plate, are the things that make you you. So, for example, Larry, on your plate, I put that you're the life of the party. Larry is the life of the party. So if you ever need a laugh in the middle of a situation, you just look to Larry and he'll make sure. He's also very passionate. If Larry feels passionate about something, Katie bar the door, he'll go and get what he needs done. So yes, Evelyn, she's probably the most supportive person I know. I was sitting in a Mexican restaurant there yesterday, Evelyn, and they told me what you did for my kids. They all came up and they said, Ms. Stover, did you hear about what Ms. Post did for my kids? So not just, I know that we see you in education lighting, but what you did for my high schoolers, they talk about that. They feel seen and they feel heard about that. So that, I appreciate that. They appreciate that. Again, sometimes they don't have the words. Well, Lisa, on your plate, you're probably the most supportive, positive person with little people. And so no matter what board meeting we're at, you've been in an elementary school and they see you and they hear you and they know that you love them. So that's on your plate. Kenneth, well, I've said that you're the keeper of the past. Because you're the keeper of the past and you're here, we know what not to do and what to do to help us get to the future. I also had to put on there that you have a wonderful wife. So, Kenneth, I don't think, Dr. Seal, that you, yes, so I know, right? But I'm thinking that whatever is on the plate that falls off, if it wasn't for your wife, Dr. Seal, you might not have all that good on the underside of your plate that gives you your foundation. So I had to put it on there. So yes. And then of course, Kevin is probably, out of all of us, Kevin is the visionary. He sees the stuff in the future and he's good at juggling that and seeing all of that. And he's really good with my kids with that. So we appreciate that. So this is the type, I heard Donna telling you, this is the type of culture and climate that we do. It's the stuff that makes us actual people and not robots at our job. So I hope that you keep your plate. I hope that while the inside of your plate gets full sometimes, that you realize that you are loved, you are cared for, you are seen, you're not just board members to us, that we're here to support you just like you are here to support us. So Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much for that wonderful activity. I've never, it's something that I can use with my staff.
Yes,
She
yes.
has lots of activities. I mean, she's done a lot.
We start every single admin meeting with them. I start my PLCs and all of my staff meetings, and then we also have what's called breaks that we do, and they're more fun and like woohoo. We get to like for 5, 10, 15 minutes every time because we do heavy stuff, and sometimes it's not always good news that we have to carry the heavy, and so we do stuff and we play games and we have lots of fun. So, but yes.
Thank you so much for that. That's got us all awake this morning. And Paula made sure Kenna had a press suit to come to
Yes,
the
see?
meeting tonight, or the meeting today, and we just appreciate the activity that we just completed. That's wonderful. All right, to start off the LSIC presentations, we'll call on Whitewoods Elementary School and come up and tell us the great news. Happy to.
All right, I went ahead and skipped the PowerPoint because I thought we would focus right here on what's important and along with the LSIC annual reporting form. So when we started off the year, there were 3 things we really wanted to focus on. We needed to improve our attendance. Our attendance was the lowest in the county, and we needed to do something about it. So you'll see that listed there. We needed to increase our ELA and math proficiency rates. We had shown growth, but we knew there was still a long road ahead of us in those test scores. So we knew that we needed to work on that. We also knew that we needed to create, and not just create, but we needed to maintain a strong leadership team. That was not at Flatwoods, and we knew that needed to happen. So those were our 3 main identified needs that we then worked on. And then it wanted us to prioritize them, and we put our ELA and math proficiency rates first. And then we wanted to work on that leadership team and then improve attendance. So here's what we did. For the goal 1, to improve the ELA and math proficiency rates, we did 10-minute meetings. And remember, a lot of stuff that's on this list is also from support of the county. And I appreciate everybody. This was a team effort. It just like I took a lot of Lori's ideas back, but also took Flora's ideas, and I took Mackenzie's, and I took everyone's ideas back and used those and then added my own to it. So 10-minute meetings was one thing that was brought to me by Letha, and we rolled those out. Those were absolutely amazing. That's why I listed them first. That's where teacher and I would meet, and they would bring some student work samples with me, and we would look at a lesson and look at that student work. So we're really focusing in on that student data and how these kids were actually performing. And we talked about, what the strengths were and what were the weaknesses and how we could tweak. And I think that the teachers really responded to that, and it was very powerful for us working together to improve instruction in the classroom. Student data chats was definitely kept at the forefront, both by me and the teachers. We had Carrie Meldrum, a math coach, come out and model lessons and provided staff development. We focused on staying on that schedule. We want to make sure that we're using our time wisely that we had with our students, and so that stayed on as a focus point. All teachers received numerous walkthroughs and feedback on every walkthrough. Use of new Ready Math walkthrough form. The Ready Math, rolled out, and they had the new math form, and even Flora came out and did some of those walkthroughs with me, and we both did them, and that was it was fun to do those together and see that we were seeing things the same and things like that. So thank you. Thorough lesson plan checks were completed. A Ready Math coach came in our school and provided individual support. That's so powerful when we can have coaches come out in the classroom and provide that support. They can look and see for themselves what they're seeing and then how we can tweak it to do better. We had Orton Gillingham Phonics First implementation. We had addition of win time to help close student achievement gaps. We had Kansas writing that rolled out in grades 3 through 5. We really pushed and did a much better job this year of using the West Virginia GSA test offering as a practice tool. And we did small group instruction, better focused on student data, which I'll talk about later when I talk about those leadership meetings. But we were definitely using our data more than ever before. And so they would use that in small group and during the win time. We had a lot of student and staff incentives and recognition. The county, the community, unbelievably came out to support Flatwoods this year and help us with incentives. Just like Heaters Community Church provided every student in our building a Flatwoods Falcons t-shirt. And on the back it had our slogan, Falcons Soar. And so we kept that at our focus point, even right up to our rewards day yesterday. And students, SATs, 504s, and IEPs, we had those. And during those SATs, we were also kind of supporting the parents of how they can help their child at home. So not only did we focus on how we were going to help support the child's individual needs at school, but we also took time to talk with the parents and sometimes teach them or provide them materials to help them help with their child there. I've increased parent involvement through SATs and letters home, explaining to parents how they can help support their child from home. The new math series, I provided letters, so that was really helpful to get those sent home. And so how did we do based on that goal? Our West Virginia GSA results show a 21% increase in ELA with an overall 43% mastery. Our math result shows a 15% increase with an overall 36% mastery. And this data has already been cleaned up with the students that were at our school for 135 days. If I counted all the kids in our building, the scores would actually be a little bit higher, but I wanted to be very true, so this is clean data.
And I want to remind everyone, when she stepped in, most of the students in that school were 2 and 3 years behind grade level and the lowest performing school in the entire state.
They were, I'll never forget the first time I presented to
look
you
at
all.
this data.
Yeah, we're coming a long ways. I remember the first time I presented in front of you, I had just gotten hired. It was the beginning of the year. We had our first meeting. And I remember presenting out IRA data, and it was single digits of students I was presenting to you. Sometimes that just kind of sticks in your mind. I do believe it was 9% in one subject. I had mastery across the entire kindergarten to 5th grade. So Flatwoods really is soaring. Our slogan is working for us, and the Falcons are. The IRA math data shows that students overall in grades K-5 went from 7% efficiency to 51%. We are now getting into those 50s. The ELA showed 12% grade level efficient in the fall to 50%. So we're getting 51% mastery across our entire school now. Major change. Our second goal, create and maintain that leadership team. I knew, culture was the first thing I was trying to tackle when I went there. And without the culture, you're not going to have anything. And I truly believe it. And I needed my teachers and my staff to have a voice, and I needed that leadership team. And so I did create that, and I facilitated the meetings. And, we did 2-hour leadership meetings. I don't know if anyone who does that. We even pushed 2 more in the 1st of June. So talking about an exhausted staff, but we still did another 2 in June to the end of May. And the reason they became so long is because we had so much we wanted to take on, and we would go in there and 1 hour just wasn't enough. So we were doing 2 hours, and I promise you those 2 hours, we never stopped working as a team. It's unbelievable how they have come together, we all have, and working to one goal. And but we work really hard. As part of those leadership team meetings, we were focusing on the West Virginia standards of effective schools. And if you go into our teacher lounge, which is also where we had our meetings, we have it all up on the wall. We have all 7 of those standards, and we have all kind of bubbles around each one talking about, the things that we are doing. But it really gave us a visual, and we really seen where we was and where our weaknesses were. And then we worked to tweak that through the year and build on our weak areas. Staff surveys were sent out, getting every person in the building's input. So like everyone could stay for our leadership meetings. But we should out surveys asking them what are their concerns, what do they like, what do they don't like, what do we need to work on? And, we'd start off our meetings reading those survey results. We would, see what we could do to fix the concerns. And, we also had minutes that we then shared out with everyone. So everyone in the building has a voice at Flatwoods Elementary. You can go there at any time and you'll see that, not only do we have the surveys, but we have the survey results posted. So everyone kind of see what everyone else was thinking, and then the minutes from the meeting and what we were doing. And I think that showing that we followed through all those concerns and fixed things, I think really sent a message too, that we cared about each individual person. Then progress towards goal. Of course, we have our minutes and agendas, assignment sheets, and of course, they're turned into the county each month. Survey results show that staff is working together in ways that will move the school forward and closer to its goals. And of course, we also have, something that I just do here at Flatwoods is the daily 20-minute morning meetings. And so I even have more staff available for that. And even when the state was in, I'd hear the staff talking afterwards about what they were telling the state. That was one of the biggest things I heard them talking about, is how important that they felt our 20-minute morning meetings were. And it really helped us have time all throughout the year to plan things together. We were on the same page, and they said they felt like when they went to the classroom to start their day, they had a clear understanding of what we were doing and where we were going on in the individual day. So it was really great. Goal 3 was to improve attendance. And so we looked at creation and implementation of student attendance incentives. A lot of the same things that we had last year, like the Glad You're Here days, certificates. But what we added this year was like the daily announcements. We started announcing each morning every classroom that had perfect attendance. So we would do that, and we'd hear them cheering all the way down the hall. So it was fun. We did that, the attendance walks, and just a lot more talking about attendance, recognizing the attendance. We did the attendance trackers last year, but this year it's just the culture has changed, and we just talked about it, and everyone just starting to really recognize that importance. And so like Tim yesterday morning brought out the attendance trophy. And I thought that's perfect. So at every awards ceremony, I took the trophy with me and off I went, and we talked about attendance. And I actually heard some parents talking about it. I kind of just overheard them, but I heard them talking about that afterwards. And so I know that the message is getting out, and with the parents, and of course I thank them for their support in getting their kids in school. And as I told them, with the better attendance that we got, better test scores, everything is just really rolling. Plus, Heaters Church caught me afterwards and told me that they would also support us again next year with incoming students and new students to our school for T-shirts. So keeping that culture, keeping that focus on our kids and who they are.
I have to interrupt again.
Mm-hmm.
She went from the lowest attendance in the town to the highest.
So the highest, yes. And we did fun instructional activities, and that's really what it's going to be all about. Just fun instructional activities to make students excited about coming to school. They gotta want to be there. We worked on our hallways. We did massive improvements on our hallways. As you go down our hallways, they were so fun this year. There's stuff hanging from the ceilings, and more student work than we ever had before out displayed, recognizing the students, student pictures for students who did well on the benchmark. So a lot more, just really making the environment look fun and inviting and warm, and recognizing our students. So when we get to the back here, it says, our progress towards goals. So the year before me, we had 92%, actual attendance and 22% chronically absent. Then last year we went to 92% actual, and chronic dropped to 19. But this year we got actual attendance of 95.6%. And I took this yesterday evening, so I've accounted for the entire school year. And the chronic absent rate is only 8.3. So I'm suspecting we're one of the highest in the state, is what I would expect, because we did Google and looked up the state average, and it is down there in the 93s. So we've come a long ways. So I'm reading down through here, and then most of the rest of the report, our discipline, we can talk about that. There were 12 incidents over the 24-25 school year. There were 6 that were level 1, there were 3 level 2, there were 1 level 3, and there were 2 level 4. So only 12 instances for this school year. Last year we had 70. We have a partial rollout, and I'll talk about that here in a minute about PBIS. I think that's made a difference, but I think it's also just coming back to that culture has completely changed. Flatwoods, it's not the same place it used to be. And, and it just affects everything. It affected attendance, it affects academics, it affects behavior, it affects it. So you see all of that improvement at Flatwoods. Then we move over to the back. It just repeats again about the state data that I already read. And I'm going to go down, and then we had our partners in it. And again, I want to recognize Peters Community Church, City National Bank for being such great supporters of us. Weyerhaeuser and People's Bank, thank you. And I want to look at the professional development. Of course, this starts, with Dr. Tetrick here, helping make sure this all happens for us. But it was unbelievable support the school got. We didn't do this on our own. We had our PBIS training. And you can look at the high yield results. Yes, this one data shows a large drop in instances, and it won't have the full rollout until fall, which is normal. They say it takes a year to build it. It is a huge, huge undertaking, and a lot of leadership hours was spent building the PBIS program. It is huge, and we literally didn't take anything from the internet. We created everything ourselves. We created our own matrix for discipline. We created our own matrix for the behaviors we wanted to see. And we literally didn't copy nothing. We looked at Flatwoods, we looked at what we needed, what our students needed, and that's what we designed and created. But doing that takes time. We had the SREB math coaches I talked about, Carrie Meldrum. We had Ready Math training and coaching that came out. I mean, that was powerful again. When we had a math coach come to our school and provide individual support for classrooms, unbelievable. We had Kansas writing, we had the Phonics First in-person training, there was online training follow-up, then they had classroom coaching. I mean, really, when you talk about bringing a new program into a school and wanting it to be used with fidelity, that's how you get there, right? There is no better plan, so thank you for that, because that's a big deal. It takes money, and I know you have to juggle things in order to make that type of things happen, so I do thank you for that. Then we had our county level PLCs, which offer training as well, so that the teachers are coming up here, getting support again from Flora and the team, Letha and all of them. It was wonderful. And then we had the senior blues or handwriting. So we had a lot of training, a lot of support there. And then on the back, it has the diagnostic review, but actually, I'm meeting with the state tomorrow. So this is still the old data from before I even came on board. So I probably wouldn't look at this too closely. What I would probably ask is maybe if I can, when I meet with the state tomorrow and they give me something new and updated, that we can get that out to you. Then maybe at best, what I think this may be interesting for is to use it as a comparative model. Okay, this was before, this was a couple years back, and compared to whatever they give me tomorrow and see what we've accomplished and where we want to go. So in the end, we get back here at our 3 goals. We did improve our ELA and math proficiency rates quite a bit. We're starting to get up, and even in IRA, up to 50% mastery. That's some massive improvements. I probably had like 20% last year, so 50%. And before me, it was like 9%. So, so we have, we're moving and moving fast. The leadership team couldn't be stronger. I don't know that anyone could work harder than my leadership team. And our attendance is through the roof. But when it's all said and done, I'm proud of all of the things that they have accomplished. But I think ultimately my biggest thing is just like when those GSA test scores were rolling in, they were slow and the day had ended and some of the teachers just stayed back and was just talking with me after school. And even though the test scores are rolling in, they're looking pretty good. You know what our discussion was on? We were already focused on what we were going to do next year to even do better and to even soar higher. And that mindset is what I'm more proud of than anything. Because I sat there and I didn't say anything to them as I was talking to them. But in the back of my mind, I knew that right there is what's even going to get us even higher. So I look forward to next year. I think we'll even do better. And I'm excited where we're at, but I think we'll continue to soar. And that all comes back to their hard work and their and the new culture at Flatwoods Elementary. Do y'all have any questions?
So with the diagnostic review tomorrow,
Yes.
I hope the state can see and appreciate how far it brought.
I think they will. I got to know, Leah Ernest from the state, the lady that came out and worked with me the closest. And she even told me in the hallways a few months back, she goes, Meredith, she goes, I don't think you'll be re-identified. And just based on what she was even hearing at that time. And we still finished strong. And like I said, we kept the kids' attendance right up through yesterday. We did 5th grade graduation at 2 in the afternoon. It was amazing. But we held our attendance and we held our students right up to the last minute and enjoyed our time with them before they kicked out for the summer. I really believe that, we'll hear good things from the state. I'm sure they'll give me some ideas to look at for next year, and that's fine because we're ready to soar, and that's I will embrace those suggestions. But I think we'll hear great things. I really think we'll be out from the state. We'll be gone.
Well, this is just an outstanding report. Kudos to you and your staff.
Thank you. And remember, it's a big thank you to all of you. It's a reflection of everyone. If it wasn't for the great programs, it wasn't for her securing the money, getting the academic team, getting, all of that, straight from the top, and your all support. And then the community support, staff working so incredibly hard. It really, really took us all. So it's a reflection on everyone. But thank you very much.
I just have to make one more statement before you step down.
Sure.
So, seeing the growth and the cultural change that's happened at Flatwoods Elementary absolutely makes me just want to cry, just tears of joy. It's phenomenal. The difference is absolutely unbelievable. Meredith does not take credit for this, but I'm going to tell you, her leadership has been phenomenal. And to take a school and to turn it around as quickly, and as most of you know, it takes a good 3 years usually to start seeing results. She's already shown the leadership. She cares. She's, just the changes. It's just unbelievable. The growth, everything. And it's difficult when you have an administrator who's experienced such as Meredith, and she's a special education background. She's very versed in a lot of things, but yet she was still receptive to everything that my staff threw at her. Flora would go out and work with her. Susan would work with her. Mackenzie, all the coaches, and she was receptive. And you don't always have that. You have people that are, a lot of times they're ego-driven. Well, I know, I'm an administrator, I've done this. She truly opened her heart and her mind and allowed and just absorbed everything. So, Meredith, honestly, you've not accepted the credit, but I'm going to give you the credit for this. You've done a phenomenal job.
One thing I wanted to say was when we came out for the last LSIC meeting, your faculty that was there was outstanding. Their input into the meeting was well received by us, I know it was, and we're trying to give you everything that you need. I was just very, very impressed with them.
They have been working hard, they really have, and you all have succeeded in giving us everything we could ever hope for and more. You may have new little ventures possibly for next year. year that we're looking forward to, and so new exciting things to come, and you all really have, because I mean, not very many schools get coaches. I know good coaches cost thousands of dollars. They are not cheap. Get the fly in here and go into individual classrooms. It's one thing to get them in for a training, you pay them a set amount for 2 hours to train the whole crew. But to sit there and put that kind of money in individual teachers and go into those classrooms, there's nothing more powerful, but that's not easy to walk each other. And it has all made a difference. It really has. So you all are doing amazing things here. Braxton.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Next, schedule you, Dr. Jill.
Special education. So sorry to interrupt, folks. If you'd like a coffee, a smoothie, yogurt parfait at all, just let us know. Jamie back here, he's going to be taking orders. He'll come by and ask you all here in just a second if you guys want anything. Don't have to, but if you do have to.
Surprise.
I think she would be national specialist. That's the way. Or that's it. Heard it.
Are you stopping us, sir?
Oh, yeah. You're not getting it from here? Okay. And do you have a clipper? Do you want mine?
If you wanna look up the clicker or this is set up for it.
You can grab that
We're
clicker.
gonna have it. If we don't have that, I'll take it.
Surprise.
A lot of hard work. Yes.
Sorry, Miss One.
That's okay, but
We're a goofy bunch.
okay, so we are at Burnsville Elementary. I brought Head of Government with us as faculty senate president. She's happily wearing her retired shirt that and is ready to go, as she's told us for everything. It's not my fault anymore. But so we're glad that she's still paid for some support. Our mission and theme this year, as we discussed earlier, that we believe in empowering students for success. And our theme was level up, so everything was more game themed. We did a lot of Mario, Sonic, things that the kids are pretty excited about. Basic demographics, we've got 91 students, 41 girls, 50 boys. Economically disadvantaged, we have a lot, 59. Foster kinship, when you look at the total, there were 14. 9 kids that experienced homelessness this year. Special education services, including speech, at 24, and 4 students with a 504. Identified needs, we're looking at attendance and chronic absenteeism, because if we don't have you at school, we can't teach you, you're not learning. But an increase in performance in academics, reading and math, and trying to engage our families more than in the past. That's like the whole thing. Everybody's busy, and everyone has all these activities after school now, at the elementary level. So looking at goal 1, attendance, we've done a lot of things for attendance. This is the 3rd go around. I'm not going to tell you all the things that we've done. When we got to the end of the year, it's the end of the year, they're tired, they're done. So we included the 16 for 16. We did lucky drawings for ducks or tickets to kind of boost excitement. It did boost excitement depending on what the date was in the original calendar for the school. But attendance was still pretty rocky. A lot of our families had plans and were already on the school calendar, and they were gone. But they did definitely enjoy the extra excitement at the end. So our attendance, although we felt like we were struggling majorly at times, we were happy to see a little bit of improvement. Even with all the sickness, that we had more illnesses than we can count. Last year, daily attendance was 92.5, came up a little bit to 93.1 with the extended school year. I'm okay with that. It was difficult to get them there at the end. Chronic absenteeism, last year at 16.3, and we were able to drop a little bit to 14.9. Daily average attendance, looking at grade level, pretty well evenly distributed. Our 3rd grade rocked. They're a tiny class, but they were almost all of them there. They had the best perfect attendance of anybody, an average attendance of 96.5. But we struggle with kindergarten and 5th grade, but it's my understanding that that's been the experience across the board this year. But we did celebrate attendance with an attend dance. We were glowing and had tattoos and lots of fun. But looking at academics, our goal was working toward all students reaching typical growth and 60% of students achieving stretch growth on ELA and math. We know that's extremely lofty, but we're moving toward it. So 69% of students met typical growth, and 35% met stretch growth in reading, with 57% on or above grade level. I expected that to be slightly higher given our GSA scores, but those 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders who completed the GSA had that small break, and even though some of them did really great on the GSA, they dipped just a bit on that iReading. So I'm going to have them give full effort and power on something. I'll take it on the GSA. I understand that they're a little tired there at the end, but still we're headed in the right direction. So looking at progress over the last few years, because I feel like when you get to the end of the year, you work so hard and you expect those numbers to maybe be higher, or at least you're hoping that they are, I have to go back. But so typical growth, last year we were at 62, this year we're at 69. Stretch, we're headed consistently in the right direction at 35%. That was a major focus for us this year. And then on grade level, holding steady right about the same on iReading. But looking from beginning of the year to end of the year, all those pretty green and nice stripy lines, that's what we're looking for, significant growth. But it's so nice to see it in color again. It's like, wow, we really did all of that. Looking at reading beginning of the year to end of year by grade, The kindergarten was rocking it out. We've got absolutely everybody in green, and most of them in mid to above. The first grade, also very similar, seeing huge gains at 78% at or above mastery, and just a few that were struggling. I feel like it's important to note our few that were struggling in first grade were hearing problems. And they didn't get all that discovered and get them into the right places. So I'm excited to see how things turn out next year with those little guys when they're hitting phonics again and they can actually hear all the sounds correctly. That has to make a huge difference when you're learning how to read. The second grade saw gains, as did third. We have some students in there. Our numbers stayed the same all year, but our students did not. So we went from a couple students that struggled and had another family move in and some other people moved around that impacted our scores in third. But they definitely showed gains, and we have a few that maybe just need a little extra support, and we've got some plans to take care of that moving forward. The fourth grade, we had Mrs. Boggs, student teacher intern, for a full year instead of just that 6.5 week placement. She's a secondary ELA major with elementary education, and boy, did it show. As an ELA teacher, I was super excited because she hit writing hard, and she stayed with them all the way, and less than best was not an option. Like, we were 2 peas in a pod when it came to student writing, and it showed on the GSA. They worked very hard, and they were thrilled when she came back at the end of the year to spend some extra time. But fifth grade, as you guys know, we switched things around the semester mark so that our fifth grade also had the experience of having Miss Boggs because she was so strong in ELA and writing. But that wasn't until second semester that we had that full discovery and were able to do that. So while they only had her for part of the year, we saw drastic differences in their writing, in those Wednesday writings that we do that I was getting. That she really pushed the Kansas writing hard, and if it wasn't done right, you had to do it over. And when that happens a few times, you start doing it right, because you don't want to have to do it over. But looking at math, 60% met typical, 32% met stretch, and 65% on or above grade level. Again, looking at over the last few years, looking from 56% last year, jumping up to 60, and then stretch growth from 28 up to 32. And then on grade level, that's a nice stair step right there. That's pretty. The 56 up to 65. Again, our color comparison, the absolute half and the extra stripy green, but major growth in math this year. That definitely attribute that to some of the new math curriculum and all the support that came with that, and the coaching that came right into the classrooms. But looking at grade level, again, kindergarten's rocking it all out over there. The first grade right behind, we did have one student that ended up not taking the test at the end, very ill and out for a little over a week. I think that was Patty. So we ended up missing him. We had something settle it well. The kid in second grade wasn't with us at the beginning of the year. But so good growth there. Again, numbers changed, students changed in third grade. And math grade, it's such a small class. I'm so proud of them. Because some of them have some significant struggles. And to see that number flip flop from nobody in green and red, now we got no red at all, and most of them in green. But fourth grade, major growth for them as well, and our fifth grade struggled this year. But and I attribute that largely to lack in that attendance. If you're not there, that fifth grade content steps it up, and we had some difficulties with attendance as well. Looking at GSA, the practice test to the actual GSA, I will tell you, the practice test time when we spoke last, I was nervous going into GSA. I already was looking good, and then the practice test, they tanked. But then they showed up for a strong win. It counted most at the end of the year. But so partially, I mean, we got our does not meet dropping significantly, but students, we had double students moving from yellow to green and red to yellow. We had a lot of students across the board, and when we looked at that 10-point bubble student, traditional bubble student, we had a lot of kids falling outside of that number. So we were scooping up a lot of other kids that maybe they were 15 points away or even 20 points away, but they were the closest ones we had. So they had farther to jump. But to be able to hit that next goal, then the 10-point bubble that is traditional to look at. Again, looking backwards, 24-25, all the way back to 22-23, that significant decrease in that red, and then that blue and green together is beautiful there. And math, again, seeing things, all things going in the right directions, from practice test to GSA. The fourth grade had significant gains. Fifth grade still definitely headed in the right direction. We were a little bit farther at the end, but to get their attention. Sadly, we did lose one student right at the end of the year, and we're able to get her in and get her tested. Looking backward at that growth again, we're headed in the right direction. That Burnsville has a long way to go to get to where we want to be, but I feel like we're going steady. That and slow and steady wins the race. That we just got to keep trucking and be consistent in what we're doing. Family engagement, try to definitely have clear communication. We put that out in a lot of ways. We still use a lot of traditional paper, flyers home, things of that nature. We have multiple grandparents and great-grandparents raising grandchildren, and so that paper communication helps out a lot. We have almost all, about 98% on Dojo, so we rely on Dojo heavily. We use our Facebook page and then use the Thrill Share call system and text as done. But that seems to, we send the phone call, they get really alarmed if they miss the call. But so we rely more on the text part there and the other modes of communication. And of course, the handy dandy menu that gets slapped on everybody's refrigerator. Make sure that we have all of those events on there as well. Trying to host activities a variety of times that we have found that a lot of our best attended events are actually held during the school day. That we have a lot of parents that are working, but thankfully they have some flexibility maybe with grandparents or other family members close by that can maybe come attend in their place, or if they know well in advance, they're able to flex their schedule or take off work. We host activities in the evening. There are so many kids involved in rec sports. We have kids involved in rec sports in a neighboring county, and they're just not making it back. And a lot of our kids are outlying. If you live out on Green Hill, they're not coming back to school for an event. It's just too far. But and we've done a lot to create an inviting atmosphere. But if you come in our school, if you haven't been there in quite a while, we've got lots of color now. We've got fun things on the floor and on the walls, and we do a lot to highlight and celebrate our students. So when you come in, you're not just seeing educational posters and paraphernalia, you're seeing your kids represented. And I think that's really important, and it helps the kids too. So looking at the events that we were able to hold this year, Open House was our greatest success as usual. Annual Title I meeting we held in conjunction with a walkathon fundraiser for PE and our annual trunk retreat. So we had more people on board. Still, all of them didn't come for the Title I, but we had more people there that we could talk to, put pamphlets in your hand. If you weren't there for the meeting, we're still getting you what you need to know how to best help your student. Our PAC meetings with Susan were a struggle. Again, it's kind of hard to get people out for those things. I think the first one, we had 2 or 3 parents, and then we could not get them back in for those meetings. And then a couple ended up canceled here or there. So that's an area we can work on and maybe see with our survey where we can plug those in a little better and make sure that parents completely understand what's happening with that, because there's so many things going on. I think sometimes that just got a little bit lost in translation. What's the difference between that and Title I and LSIC? The academic highlights, we had our first wax museum this year. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th was a great success. We were able to flip that back around into a social studies fair, extend and the expectations for that quite a bit. Our 2nd grade held their own class science fair and invited families in, which was great fun. It's going to help prepare them for those big projects next year. And then Read Across America, we had some parents and volunteers and for that to highlight literacy and reach our students as well. We were fortunate to have Adventure reach out to us this year for the Everyday Leaders program that required 3 parents to step up on board, and we had 2 meetings a month for 3 months. And they all showed up for those, whether it was in person or if they had to attend online. It gave a little bit of flexibility there. It focused on building leadership capacity in your families, and also listened to what they need. And I saw a lot of overlap between what they are trying to do and our Grandfamilies program. And one of our parents that was on board as part of the Grandfamilies program, and they could really see where those two things could come together and help provide resources not only to grandfamilies, but hey, if we're struggling with this, we know regular families are too, and we need to get those same resources to typical parents raising their own children, because some of those same struggles are there within any family dynamic that we've got. So I think it was very helpful to see, and just for people to have the opportunity to be real and be genuine and admit, hey, raising kids is tough. And this is our reality. And raising kids right now is not the same as it was 20 years ago, even 10 years ago. There's so much difference in technology and risk for our kids. So being able to provide resources for them through Adventure was quite helpful. We had our pumpkin project highlighting literacy, and then our virtual family math night, since we do not have the Title I teacher physical in our building. But and I think next year, after meeting with leadership, virtual family math night, while it was a huge success during COVID, just didn't go as well this year. So we're hoping that next year we can do it during the school day, since that's when our most parents are in attendance for events. So we'll make that switch. Great hit before, not so much today. But so adjust, pivot. But celebrating growth and achievement. I can speak. But we had our growth parade earlier in the school year, and then just had our awards ceremony. Lots of trophies out for GSA, Meets and Exceeds Mastery. We did medallions for students who had the higher standard in iReady. The teachers did certificates for iReady growth, typical growth, and everything in between. Because if you're doing the hard work and you're improving, that needs to be celebrated. But we were absolutely beside ourselves seeing a student who struggled with reading from the time they were in kindergarten, hit fourth grade, and go from red this year. That was definitely a bright spot in our award ceremony, and I thought my teacher was going to cry when she gave the award. But they all worked very hard. Our supports are the same that we've had before, community and schools. For academics, we had the half-day special education SAT process. We were able to have that interventionist in our daily win time. Social emotional, I do focus on trauma-informed classroom strategies. We have second step with the school counselor. We include well check every day as part of our morning routine. Every classroom has a calming corner. We use some supplementary SEL with Camp Timber and Circle of Friends. And then the students have the option for Take 5. But we provided access to the Cook Center that was brought to us, to families. Again, one of those things that I think if we could have some more informational sessions where they could really dig in and realize this is here to help me. It's nothing punitive, but new things are scary that when it involves that. No one wants to think that their kid's in trouble or admit that they're struggling and maybe need support. So I'm hoping to be able to help make that a little more accessible and understandable to everybody next year. But looking at health, we've got school nurse, community care, counseling once a week, the mobile dentist, and then the regular hearing and vision. Celebrating achievement, we're not going to have to add a new section to our wall of fame. Like, we're going to have to take over another hallway. That it's growing, and next year we're not going to put them any closer to the floor. We're going to have to find a way to expand. But we do have the attendance daily door badges. We had whole school celebrations when we had perfect attendance as a whole school a few times this year, which had never happened before. The weekly attendance trophy travels third grade pretty much monopolized the thing this year, and we're very proud of that. Our brag tags, the attendance banners from the county Mr. Vibrance by PBIS. We have our certificates that go out as often as students do great things and are caught doing those things. Brag tags are 9-week celebrations and the PBIS store that got hit really hard in the last couple of days. They've saved their points. There are all those smaller things that they could get in kindergarten. I think all of them saved their points up in the 600s and wiped out my whole top shelf. But for a kindergartner to save points all year, that's a big deal. But they were determined. Academics, tracker for iReady and Dojo, brag tags that we did 100% tracker and have big posters with all these color-coded stickers that we did for several months. And it's like, okay, we did that for a while. They're getting a little burnout. Let's shift and pivot. That we changed it to 100-point club where we can throw in some activities. We did that for a little while. I was like, ooh, I've been a little tired of that too. But let's change gears again and just keep shaking it up. And we were able to keep them motivated on those iReady. But we did roll out ICU for 3rd, 4th, and 5th because they were struggling to get the iReady done and be consistent in that. But when you don't have a choice, then you're definitely going to get them done. And then they can see the results themselves. It's easy to get burnout on maybe doing computer programs that you've done every year. But it's like, look, these lessons get you where you need to go. And once they can see the growth themselves, they're like, okay, but we'll get it done, that we want to hit the goals. Field trip for those that met benchmark, which is cool. But of course, our Wall of Fame and our academic banquet, which is my favorite part of the school year. We've got some of our awards and celebrations happening throughout. Got some STEAM activities, honor roll recognition, some students of the month. Very proud of Miss Lisa's gigantic French fries coming from the cafeteria. But you can tell it was a very exciting day. This was our pep rally for GSA, Building Excitement. The students were divided into teams. They created their own team names and logos. We had like the Fat Pandas. It was all related to gaming, so I had to do some research. I didn't know anything really about Minecraft, and I learned that there are things called chicken jockeys. Yeah, like apparently I need to watch the movie too. But I learned a lot about Minecraft in a very short period of time. So we actually went back and did our 12 words, and they had so many activities along with the pep rally that some were just fun, clearly with their ice cream, and then others plugged in some academic stuff as well. We had to show what you know. Our seniors coming through come back to revisit the rock climbing wall. Everyone's favorite thing. They had a blast with parachute. But this was our new investment. There are things called foam cannons out there. And so we purchased one. It's cheaper to buy it than it is to rent one for a few hours. And we had inflatables out there, and we had some students that stayed right with the foam, that they were more excited over the foam than doing the water slides. Go figure. And everyone leaves squeaky clean at the end of the day. So it's a definite win. The next steps, we want to stay consistent with what we're doing. Then tweak where it needs tweaked just to bring some extra improvement. Keep that growth mindset. We did more with data this year than we ever have before. I felt like we did okay with data in the past, but once we had additional time built in for us to really dig, it's like, oh, that we could see what we were missing and had more time to be able to be very deliberate in our intentions and a little bit more strategic in that. And I think that that's what's brought the growth, even in spite of some challenges that we had. We still need to work on increasing our family engagement and those SEL skills and building resiliency. But like everywhere in West Virginia, we have a lot of kids that have experienced trauma and have hardships of a variety of things, and they struggle. And they bring those heavy backpacks of emotional stuff to school, and it doesn't leave room for a lot else until we deal with those things first. Our partners in ed are always great and very helpful. But St. Thomas Catholic Church takes care of our backpack programs. We even got a call from Virtual Church of God that came and brought some stuff throughout the year as needed. They didn't want to serve as like an official partner in it. They're like, you give us a call anytime you need something specific, and we're going to show up for you. But very appreciated. Any questions?
It looks like you know what you need to.
We know where we're going, yes.
Yeah, so it looks like things are pretty much.
I'm excited next year for that compartmentalization that Jessica Banner is going to be in heaven teaching nothing but that. But that's her thing.
Grace is always, she's full of thinking, she's always willing to brainstorm. She's very quiet a lot of times in our principals meetings, but usually when she speaks, it's something pretty profound. I mean, having the thoughts and departmentalization and stuff, she's always looking at ways to improve, so, she's doing a really good job. It's slow and steady, so, very happy with what's happening in Martinsville.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. This is the peer rate.
So this is, y'all ready, this will be your last LSIC meeting? So she's officially retired, guys. She's got a retired shirt on. Congratulations.
Thank you. Okay, next on our agenda is Mr. Porto, Davis Elementary School.
You gonna stop for
It hits an HDMI that bar. Like there's another one downstairs.
Alright, good. Thank you. You're welcome.
That's okay.
It's been a while.
All right. All ready?
Yes.
Okay.
You've got the floor.
Well, I'm here for the LSIC presentation for Davis Elementary based off of our 24-25 school year. Our identified needs were improve academic growth in reading and math, decrease the number of students that were chronically absent, improve family engagement opportunities, and then it did say STEAM, but I'm trying to get on with the next phase in Braxton County education, so STREAM and career opportunities for our students. So if we prioritize those needs, improving attendance was a big one. Last year we had 19% chronically absent. I'll tell you where we're at here in just a minute. Closing the achievement gap in reading and math, providing family engagement opportunities, and then the beginning of the year, our big focus was adding this career readiness and STEAM into our school. It was a growing year, but I'm hoping that we can continue that in the next year. So goal one was that all students at Davis Elementary will work towards their annual growth targets on the iReady benchmark for mathematics and reading. From benchmark 1 to benchmark 3, no classroom will fall below a total stretch growth of 60% for the academic year, ensuring consistent and equitable growth for all classrooms. So the actions that we took place, there was lots of PD. You all are aware of this all year. PD for math and writing and reading. We really hit it hard this year with professional development. We had a Title I STEM teacher that provided grade level teachers, and they worked to put students in small groups. And we did this every 9 weeks for WIN groups. And I think that proved beneficial for us this year. And then iReady will continue to utilize to collect benchmark data for Davis Elementary, monitoring students' intervention as well as progress towards mastery. And will be noted monthly. So progress towards the math goal, we grew this year. So from DOY's beginning of the year, MOY's middle of the year, EOY's end of the year. So at the beginning of the year, students that were mid or above grade level was only 3%. We grew 32% in that. This is school-wide. I'll break it down here in a minute by grade level. So overall, we saw a 58% gain in at grade level or above. Our reading goal, we saw a lot of the same. We didn't see the same level of growth as we did in math, but I have to say that we probably hit math extremely hard with the new iReady curriculum. It kind of all falls in line now. Reading, our big focus this year was on phonics. I do believe it benefited in the long run. If we would drill down into that domain of phonics, we have seen a significant growth. Goal 2 was Davis Elementary reduced its percentage of chronically absent students by 4%. The 23-24 year was at 19. So we developed a framework focused on improving chronically absent rate. There are resource packets that was sent out at the beginning of the year that had all this information explaining why attendance is so important. Our community in schools, who is a wonderful lady, Miss Cindy Pendry, she made daily phone calls home every day to those students that were absent, just checking on them, seeing if they needed something, wanted to make sure everybody was doing all right. And that was a good little nudge for parents to try to get their students in school the next day. Goal 3 was to involve parents and families in opportunities to gain information, knowledge, skills, and support. Mrs. Schieffer did a wonderful job this year of providing us with the packs. Our first one at Davis, we had, I want to say like 7 or 8, and then it just kind of kept falling as we went through. I think our last one we only had 2. But I think it was something new, and I think as families start to learn more about it and it becomes a more regular thing, I would hope to see that we would have a bigger turnout. So I pretty much just cover those. We also, one of the biggest things I think was Dr. Tetrick and Melissa was able to allow the principals to provide our own volunteer trainings. And so I'm able to now say, I don't have to coordinate with anybody. I can just say, we're going to host a volunteer training at Davis Elementary. Parents and families are more likely to come to their home school than they are to come to the board office to do training. So that's been beneficial for us. So attendance, we dropped 6.8% chronic absent rate. My goal was to drop it by 4%. When I did that, Flora told me I was crazy because I said state only says 2%, but we hit attendance really hard this year. So I think that's showed. Year-to-date daily attendance average is 93.97. Just a little away from being green. I mean, we're still yellow because of that, but we worked really hard trying to get that up. We reduced our discipline referrals this year too. Discipline really was not a big deal when the few that we had, they were the big ones. I think we really focused this year on what are classroom managed behaviors and what are office managed behaviors. This is looking at that academic data by grade level. So as you see, kindergarten did great, but really all of our classrooms did wonderful this year and growing. Family support engagement, we offered quarterly family engagement meetings. Those were with Ms. Schieffer. We had parent-teacher conferences. We utilized Class Dojo. There's a homeschool data folder that goes home every 9 weeks. We have a Facebook page, which picks up a lot of traction. Ms. Pendry has her case-managed students that she works a lot with. And then we have a PTO. We're working on trying to build it back up. It's a pretty small following right now. We have some wonderful partners in education: Central West Virginia Aging, City National Bank, People's Bank. The Pulse Church provides us our food bags each week. Gasway Methodist Church is a great help too. They help sponsor our Santa's workshop this year, and so they handle that financial aspect of it, and that is a huge benefit to Miss Dawn, not having to worry with that part. PTO, GoMart, we work with We Care Daycare, Walmart, Harts Pro Hardware, Rexroad Supply, and then Hingle Chapel. So a little church just past the school. They have a little food pantry at their church, and Give you an example, they're able to pick up foods. Well, they supplied all the pizzas for our party for dance this year. So that allowed us to make pure profit because they said, here's 30 frozen pizzas. And so Miss Brenda, our cook, and some of our other teachers and parents, they threw in and they baked pizzas so that we had for the party. Professional development, these are those that you guys have already been made aware of. I think the thing that probably helped us a lot too was that we really focused on test authoring through Cambion assessment, and we even plan on, I haven't told teachers this yet, but we plan on focusing on it even more in the next year. Supports and resources needed. I know, Mr. Gregory, you always want to know what we need. This is what we could use. An interventionist would be wonderful to be able to have. After-school tutoring, I'm hoping that grant that's been submitted comes through for us and we're able to make that happen. Our students do need social, emotional, and mental health opportunities. We have a lot of students that we just cannot provide them all the care that they need. I'm hoping that we can keep Title I career stream readiness position there, and then continue with our CIS coordinator. I wanted to follow up with the GSA because this was the thing when I came in. When I was hired, Dr. Tetrick said, you're going to have a tough row to hoe here ahead of you. And we did. So if we look on the left, you see 23-24 school year. On the right, you see 24-25 school year. It looks, in a sense, like when you first look, you're like, oh, it's not too bad. But we were in a rough spot last year.
And I'm gonna stop Josh right
Okay.
there. To say that I was hard on Josh was an understatement. I was very hard on Josh. Because I brought Josh in as a brand new principal. We looked at the data. I showed him the continued slide that was happening in Davis. And I was very concerned. And so by recommending Josh for the position, anytime I hire a new principal, I feel like you need to put in almost as much thought as you do in getting married. Because when you bring a new principal into an administrative role, they're there for a long time, the good, bad, and the ugly. And so I was fearful of putting a brand new person in a position without the administrative experience in a school that was continuing to slide. So because I had that weight on my shoulders, I put the weight on Josh's shoulders.
That she did.
And not just once, but continuously.
And Davis Elementary also, talk about marriage and principals. They've been through principals like Elizabeth Taylor went through husbands.
Well, I can tell you, Josh has done a really good job. And I watched for his scores as they come in, and I was so excited. He was the other one that I was jumping up and down and clapping my hands for, and then kept me, posted on everything. So I will tell you is that Josh had a very rough year. He had to work to change the academic culture of his school and moving it forward, and listen to a superintendent who was breathing down his neck, not knowing if he'd have a job after the next year. But he did a good job, and I'm proud of what you've done, Josh.
So I have a job next year.
Your evaluation will be good.
This is the slide that I'm probably the most excited about, and this shows you that growth from last year to this year. We saw a 16% gain in ELA and 10% gain in math. Again, Flora, tell me if I'm wrong, but they recommend a 3 to 5% is what you should be aiming for.
That's, the state grows about 3%
Yeah.
to 3%.
So for us to have that sort of gains, I was very excited about. Grace said it best. I think by the time we got to that last diagnostic, the kids were tired, the teachers were tired. We didn't see the growth on the end of the year already that I was hoping we would see because they showed up at GSA. K2, they did wonderful. I mean, as those I-ready scores were coming in for our downstairs, our K2 kids, they were 64, 65% at or above grade level. So I was like, we're meeting that goal. And then 3-5, they were tired when it got there. They still showed up, but this is the test that I even told the kids, this is what evaluates me. This is what judges your teachers, and this is what judges you all as students to show us what you know. Do you have any questions for me?
Great job.
Try to stay within my 30-minute limit. Yes, sir.
So first year as a teacher, lead administrator of school, what's the number one thing? What's the biggest thing you learned? That you would share with someone else coming in their first year?
Learning to act, to just make the decision and stick with it, and to delegate. I took a lot of smaller tasks on that I probably should have delegated out, because in my head I was thinking, oh, I'll make this easier for somebody, but in the long run it just made it more difficult for myself. But it was a learning year.
Well, I can speak to the fact being a partner in education, my organization. This man, so busy planning the next event, I could barely keep up with him in terms of all the different functions and all the good things that is happening at Davis. I'm not saying, it's happening, it's all happening countywide, but man, you're busy.
Thank you. And the biggest thing coming into Davis was it needed a facelift at the front of the school. One of the teachers said it best, it looked like CRJ when you pulled up, because it had the same color scheme. And so that was my whole goal in that first 2 months of school, was to completely change the front of the building. And we've done that. It looks like a school now. And that's probably been the biggest compliment I've had from families and community members, is that we've changed the look of the school. That was the first focus. After that, and we've accomplished that, then it was to start hitting those academic needs and goals. I was really worried in December because our benchmark for GSA did not look very good. It was not promising. And I was really confused because I already at the middle of the year was like, we were kicking butt and taking names. Then we take this benchmark and it wasn't the same. So we completely stepped back, called in special teams, went for a 2-point conversion, and I think it paid off. So.
And he's done a lot with the attendance. I mean, not attendance, I'm sorry, attendance also, but with discipline. And I think we cut it in half with discipline referrals. So that's been something that I think's really helped school. And he actually took away excuses. I heard a lot of excuses prior to Josh arriving. I didn't hear excuses. I don't hear excuses now. So it's good. He's truly done a good job, and I don't know that I've told him enough, because as much as I beat on him this year, I probably need to tell him how great a job he's done probably every day for the next 30 days.
When's evaluation over?
Can I say something? It's been great to watch Josh grow. I worked with him as an assistant principal when he was a teacher at the secondary level, and then coming into elementary, and he truly has stepped up as an instructional leader. And I can't wait to see how he goes.
I think he'll be good.
Thank you. I hope to stay at Davis Elementary. I mean, they have the best mascots. I mean, it's just cool to say that we're the teacher of dragons. And but there's little things that I've done that I know that the community has appreciated. When I do an all-call, it's my voice. It's not the text-to-speech one. I've learned very quickly that they don't listen to the text-to-speech. When that voice comes on, they pick up and hang up. So we can go back and look and see who's listening. If I'm talking, and you can tell because I always say, "Good evening, Davis Dragon families," and everybody listens. So there's been little things that we've tweaked, but yeah, there are things that I know to do differently the next year.
I will have to admit, I missed you this year.
Has your adjustment been an easy one from high school to elementary?
Oh, I love the littles.
Well, and you have children,
Yes.
so that helps also, but that's a big adjustment.
Sometimes people that I carpool with to school every day, they complain a lot. And those are my kids, by the way, if you didn't know. I have 3 kids that go with me every day. So they're very needy. Sometimes I enjoy carpooling just by myself, but that doesn't happen very often.
We've had a little goal this year, trying to uncover some of the history
Yeah.
passed away, as well as Davis, how's that little project?
That's been more difficult than I expected it to be. So that was, we moved the bust of Henry Gasaway Davis into our building because I always think it's kind of neat too that we're the only school in the county that's actually named for a person rather than the town that it's in. So I tried to bring a lot of the historical parts of Gasaway in, and the kids appreciate it, but they still think that the bust of Henry Gasaway Davis is Mr. Porto. So.
You petitioned to change it to Porto Elementary School.
No. So, but we have worked on that. That sort of started to take a back burner as I approached that second benchmark. Because when that came up, then even Mrs. Singleton, who was our STEM career readiness teacher, her whole job changed too because she had to step up as an interventionist rather than focusing on that. But I think all of those moving parts paid off in the long run. Nothing else. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you for a wonderful report. Great job.
But I finished in time too to give you guys a break. But that's an evaluation.
Stay on task. Anyone need a short 5-minute break? 5 minutes.
you want me to stand, Malachi? I am short.
Now, is she on the screen?
Yes, she's talking.
I was watching Josh and you could see me big, of course, make them bigger.
We're sitting there eating and drinking, we wanna show up.
Well, you're on screen too.
Oh, thank
Down in the corner.
We have programs where you can either have, you know, presenter large and the board in the corner, or.
I voted that one.
Yeah, he's doing both, so.
So don't be picking your nose, Kelly.
So we have Miss
That should be a
Jessica,
disclaimer right up front.
friend
Yes.
from Little Birch Elementary, ready to present. You have the floor.
Thank you. So like I said before, I just presented to you guys not too long ago, but I wanted to give you some updates on our information and our LSIC annual reporting. And at the top, you see our identified needs. We needed to desperately improve in reading and math. And we'll talk about the outcomes of those things here in just a moment. We needed to decrease the number of chronically absent students and improve our family engagement opportunities. Our prioritized needs, they're the same exact thing in that same order. We were really desperate to improve our academics, and we worked really, really hard at that this year. Our first goal is by the end of this school year, at least 60% will meet their stretch growth or be on grade level on their already ELA and math assessments. Our actions were Title I teacher for support and small group instruction, already classroom rewards, a school-wide reward, and that I let the students choose what they wanted to do for that. We had our ship sailing down the hallway and they chose to do a glow dance. I'm not much of a dancer, but we had a glow dance. It just happened to be the day that the iReady trainer was there and she got to participate in it. We also have quite an extensive Excel spreadsheet with data that we talk about at all of our meetings for each grade level. It has each individual student and what they're scoring on each assessment. Our multiplication project starting 3 through 5, and last year I had 2 students get all the way through 1 through 12. That wasn't acceptable with me, but this year I had, I don't know, Mrs. Cox, what do you think? Probably 15, 20 kids out in our man trap area that had gotten all the way through. And some did it so late in the year that I didn't even get their picture up there. So I was much more pleased with that this year. We had our school and countywide PLCs with also leadership team. Our academic achievements, we celebrated in the hallways. And I felt like if we're expecting this out of students, then we need to celebrate it. And one way I could celebrate that was to take their picture and put it up in the hallway. I went through a lot of ink this year, and I'm okay with that, if that's what it takes. So we had posters all down the hallway of students who had either met their benchmark or were already, or scored at grade level. And that was for iReady reading, iReady math. And then I also posted if they were at mastery or above mastery on the GSA, posted it down the hallway as well. And they were sure to tell me if I forgot one of them, which thankfully I only forgot 2, and I quickly remedied that situation and got that back up there. We also had SAT meetings for students who were struggling and for those to meet the requirement for the House Bill 3035. As you can see, the first point of data for that goal is here in math. We overall in iReady were at 54% on grade level. And then at 60% with meeting on grade level or stretch growth for the year. So we did meet that goal. Last year was much, much lower than that. And then in reading, we were at 63% at the end of the year, 20% at the beginning of the year on grade level, and 64% either were on grade level or met their stretch grade. And in that diagram, the top bar for math and the top bar for reading is at the end of the year. The bottom bar is for the beginning of the year. So you can see the comparison there just by glancing at the colors. We decreased our red and yellow by a lot and increased our green, which was on grade level or above grade level, which we desperately needed to do. Our teachers have worked really, really hard this year. I can't say enough about them. They've changed things in the middle of the year to make things better for our students. And it took quite a toll on them physically. They were tired because instead of teaching one grade all day, they were teaching 3 grades throughout the day, different in the same subject. Goal 2, by the end of this school year, we wanted to reduce our chronically absent rate to not exceed 10% as measured by WEBIS. Unfortunately, we did not meet that. But we did make daily calls for either the communities and schools coordinator or myself. We did attendance recognition each 9 weeks, and at the semester, we had a perfect attendance classroom competition and reward, and we had that on the office window, and every day that they had perfect attendance for their classroom, they earned a letter of a certain word, whether it was superb, outstanding, and when they spelled that whole word, then they got a class-wide reward. 10-day meetings for unexcused students with Mr. Vine, the prosecuting attorney. And then we had several students attend the Be Greatness Less Than 8 countywide reward. As you can see, the trend 2 years ago when I came back to Braxton, we were at 34% chronically absent. Last year, our final total was 19%, and right now it's 17.8%. So we're still working on that, but it's not where I want it to be. Our goal 3 was to engage families in opportunities to acquire information, knowledge, and skills to support their students' education and behavior at school and at home. We held an open house that was quite successful. We held all of our parent-teacher conferences, and at those we also did free haircuts for students, and we had the Title I teacher providing educational things like Lego in the classroom, but build that with your family, and they had certain tasks that they had to do through Lego education. And she also did testing assessment tips and tricks. We held trunk or treat for our students and the community. We had several community members participate in that. Several people that came were not from our community, so we had a lot of first responders come and participate in that as well. I'd like for our students to see those folks in a positive light instead of just, oh, we're in trouble, they're here again. So I think that was great for them to see. Our chronically absent rate, like I talked about before, was 17.8% with an average attendance of 93%, our average daily attendance. And our discipline was at 30 incidents. We had 1 deferred expulsion and 2 students in AEP. One will return, the deferred expulsion will return to the classroom next year.
Probably most of those 30 incidents from the
One student.
one student.
And she will start beginning of next year in AEP and transition back in.
We can get the student.
Well, some of those were while they were in AEP too. And then through the student academic performance data, I did not put our GSA data on here because it's not been publicly released yet. It's much improved over last year, I can say that much. I did put on here our ready scores, and I did that by grade level, and these are students who are on grade level. We changed a lot, like I said, with 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade this year after the holiday break, well, and the snow break that we had. We changed our whole schedule, and I have the teachers teaching to their strengths, and it's made a huge impact on our scores. And our students are learning. I had 1 student who received a House Bill 3035 letter at the end of 2nd grade going into 3rd grade. His mom was really worried about retention, and he got the award at our awards assembly last week for making the most growth in math and reading. So it's made a huge impact on our kids. So thank you for that, Dr. Dietrich.
Well, I was going to say, I really need to compliment Jessica for that. We were in a principals meeting, and she said, I'm struggling. I think I know a way to fix this, but I know it's quite a process to make this happen. And I said, what? She said, well, to departmentalize, let my teachers teach to their strength. And I said, that's not a process, do it. She goes, I can't. Do it. It doesn't, there's not, I mean, it's not a problem. It's something we just do. She goes, when? I said, next week, do it. She said, okay. So she went in, and I mean, it was big. I thought it was very, it was wonderful that she was thinking ahead, trying to figure out how do I make these improvements. She knew where she needed to make the improvements. And not only that, she was able to go back to her school and sell it to the teachers and to get them to turn so quickly.
They actually came up with the schedule themselves.
So they were good with it.
And we sat down and went over it to make sure that it was gonna work and meet all the seat minutes that they needed to have.
I was
It was great.
impressed. A
Thank
lot of people are very rigid about that. But again, apparently in the past, it's been.
It was
wanted
a
to make
very
changes
difficult
like that. And I
process.
said, that's not a big deal, you can make those changes, because why lose a year of instruction or 6 months of instruction when we've got the power to make it happen now, so. She did, and I really have to compliment her on that with
Well, I-
growth.
Thank you. I have to thank Mrs. Cox as well, because she helped with that process as well and getting it all aligned and helping my teachers figure out when we were struggling. After we did start that, because it's a lot to change from teaching reading and every other subject to one grade, to switch to where you're teaching reading to all 3 grades, plus a science class. So she really supported us in that, so thank you. Sorry. So I can read these numbers to you, but you guys are perfectly capable of reading them. I have to brag on our kindergarten class. As you can see in reading, 92% of them were on grade level. And with stretch growth, that bumped up to 94% when I looked at those final numbers. Because another kid who wasn't on grade level did meet his stretch growth. So I wasn't upset with my kids at all if they were scoring at grade level. Some of them scored above grade level, and I included them in that total. So they did a really fantastic job this year. And our 5th graders are still, what I'm seeing is still a little bit behind from those COVID years. And I don't like to blame things on that, but they just missed some instruction. And you can see that in their data. But the rest of our numbers are looking pretty good. And I have to thank Ms. Burchett as well for stepping up when we really needed somebody to step into 1st grade. And she's been real sad today after the kids left. She's like, I don't know what to do without them. I was like, Miss B, it'll be okay. But she said, thank you for talking me into coming back, because I really had to talk her into coming back and filling in this year, but she's done a wonderful job with them. As far as our family support and engagement, we've held all of our parent-teacher conferences and open house that we needed to. We use Class Dojo all the time. It's even on my personal cell phone because I get messages on it. Even throughout the weekends, parents message me on it. And we have communication folders that we send home every day. Our CIS case managed students, Ms. Nicholas does a great job with those case managed students, making sure that they have what they need. Or working with them on their academics. We have a couple who have attendance issues, and we're trying to work with them to overcome those. But when they're there and we can get them there, we try to do that. And she's worked really hard with those students. Our Facebook page, some of our families use that quite frequently, and I try to put things on that for families to see. But most of the families who use the internet or tech savvy use Class Dojo, so I put more on it. And the ones who don't use Facebook or Class Dojo, I try to send things home to, because I have some that just come in and say, I don't know what you're talking about, Class Dojo. I don't even know how to do that. So we try to accommodate those folks as well. We also had a family math night. I know Lisa was sad when she didn't get to come to the I Ready Glow dance, but Lisa, well, I'm sure we'll have it again. So
It was a lot of fun.
you'll be invited. We even had Chloe, thanks to Mrs. Cox and Ms. Schieffer, who is the I Ready character, come dress up and be at our dance, and the kids loved it. I was exhausted, but the kids loved it. Our partners in education, Sutton Baptist Church provides backpack meals for our students, and that's very much needed in our area, and we send a lot of those home. And generally don't have any left over, and if we do, somebody takes an extra one the next week that really needs it or has a sibling that doesn't get one. We have very few kids who don't get a backpack meal over the weekend. And then our PTO, they provide a lot of things that the school just doesn't have money for. Like this year, they paid for our end of the year field trip that we took the kids to the bridge in Clarksburg. And they have the rock climbing wall and basketball and a turf field, which most of our kids hadn't been on before last year when we went. And then the pool we got to go into, and they paid for all of that for us. So they support us in ways that we really wouldn't be able to do that without them. Looking at our professional development, our teacher academy over the summer, we did a lot of data analysis. Again, I don't like to toot our horn too much, but Mrs. Cox came out and helped with that as well. And then we continued that data analysis throughout the year. And I think the results there that you can see from us doing the data analysis and making things better for our students really shows in the iReady and GSA assessment scores. And then we also had professional development in Ready Math and Phonics First, and that was school-wide. And you can see the results in that again in those scores. In test authoring, we had a lot of teachers work with the county office in test authoring. I think Ms. Cox, Ms. Helmick, they came out and worked with our teachers in grades 3 through 5 on test authoring to show an improvement in our benchmark performance and the GSA final test scores. And our supports and resources that are needed, I would really like to have some tutoring or intervention time, whether it be in school or after school. I know that that's a county-wide need. I say it all the time. We never have enough people to do enough help for our students. And then I've been talking to Dr. Tetrick about our STEAM or STREAM lab and how we can work that out. And so we can provide our students with more STEAM opportunities. The other thing I was talking, Ms. Harper mentioned this to me on my way out here today, and she didn't even realize what she was saying to me, but she was saying that, she was like, just listen, we need furniture. It's like, okay, well, what kind of furniture do you need? She was like, we need some tables and we need some new chairs. So you guys always ask me, what do you need? That's what we need. We have some that are broken, and I've told Chelsea just to get rid of them as they break, but I don't have a lot of spares out there that we can replenish. So if you have extra money laying around, that's what we need. We need some new tables and chairs in just a couple classrooms, not as a whole school, but in a couple classrooms we need those things. 86. That's how many we have enrolled right now.
With the Head Start.
How about the Head Start? I knew you were going to ask that. I don't know now because I keep trying to drum up more people, and I don't get that email every day.
Did you notice you don't have your iReady broken down by class? Did you notice that the 3rd, 4th, and 5th, they kind of checked out after the GSA? Were the scores what you expected, or were they?
They tried to check out. But we kind of held a few of our rewards later in the year so that they couldn't check out totally if they wanted to participate in those rewards. We did the 15 for 15. I didn't draw the last 3 prizes until Friday, this past Friday. So they had to participate, and they wanted to check out. Our 5th graders probably checked out more than anybody, but 3rd and 4th really didn't. So I was really proud of them for that. They were working really hard to get that picture up there in the hallway too. So I'm really proud of them for doing that.
What's the focus going forward next year? Restart.
Oh, we're still gonna start with academics and attendance. I'm not anywhere close to where we wanna be. Yes, we did a lot of things this year, but we're not, until we're at 100% mastery, that's gonna be our focus.
I like how you wrote your goal was, stretch growth for grade levels, because a lot of times that stretch growth, once they hit, it's hard to meet the stretch growth.
Well, at the beginning of the year, I had a 2nd grader who came from homeschool, he tested on grade level. Well, he's probably not going to meet his stretch growth, and he didn't.
Right.
So I hate to discount those kids who are already doing what they need to do.
So I like that.
Thank you.
Justin's done such a wonderful job. When you walk into the school, the evidence of celebrating students and their work and just the pride. I might, I was standing at the water fountain and I saw words, some of the power words or math words in math or something, I can't remember. She has all over the walls.
That was math.
Math, and it was wonderful. And just the atmosphere is good and positive. And, she's just done such a good job. I'm telling you, I just couldn't be any more proud of the accomplishments, that I've seen happen. And she's growing, actually quicker than we thought. I know that, Laura is in the school a lot, and she praises Jessica and her team every time she goes out.
It's amazing to go there and see what you're doing.
That means a lot.
Watching them grow.
I've worked with Flora for a long time, and that really does mean a lot.
It is, Jess, we've done a phenomenal
I
job.
appreciate that. I have to thank Tyler too. He printed us some posters for math, and it's different triangles, because if they see it, they remember it.
I love it, yeah.
So, yes, Mrs. Nicholas and I were climbing on a ladder, putting up letters and hot gluing them to the wall, which Chelsea will probably kill me for. But if it gets them to get to mastery, that it's worth it. I'll go scrape it off there.
How many of your classrooms are being led by certified teachers and not long-term subs?
All of them but one,
So you have one, what?
first grade, and she'll be certified next year. But I still don't have a PE/special ed teacher. That's the only thing I'm missing right now. I have a couple people who are certified either in PE or one that's certified in special ed, but not able to do elementary ed. So there's still a couple people out there that can be certified.
Now, do you have any idea, can you get a list of what kind of furniture you need? Look for?
I will.
I'd like to see that.
I mean, it may be something that's on the surplus too, or some of our schools have.
Well, that's all fine and good, but I'm embarrassed that you don't have chairs and tables.
We have them.
They have chairs.
They just need replaced.
They have chairs.
We have plenty of chairs, we have plenty of tables. They just need replaced and updated as we go forward.
We don't want something out there that a kid's gonna get burned on.
I have nothing that a kid will get hurt on, nothing like that.
No, I've been in those classrooms.
No.
It's kind of
It's- It's just time, there's not other huge things that we need, we just need those things to go as we go.
Get a list and we'll see what we can do.
I appreciate that. And it's nothing we need urgent.
Yeah, if you have, so we know that there's things that they need. I do my best. That's why you typically don't hear them ask for a lot of things, because they let us know.
And the only reason I said that one today is because she just told me on my way
I
here.
mean, they ask, and I honestly try to get them everything they need. So what she'll do is, all she's gotta do is send me, an invoice to say, we need this. I can get it approved. It won't be anything big dollar amount.
No.
Bring before you all, we can do it.
Nothing
It's
that
not
would
a
need to be
problem.
even bid out,
Yeah, it's not a problem at all.
so it's not anything.
I think they struggle to find things to come in here and say these are our needs, because they.
That is very true,
So,
because honestly, most of them are taken care of quite quickly. So,
take care.
I know, I'm not worried about it.
She's got my cell number.
If I needed it urgently, I would have already called you. What is it?
Don't be bashful.
Oh, I used to be, but I'm not anymore.
Yeah, we could definitely do that.
Got my cell number too, that was just to fix your air conditioner.
Well, Larry, here's the funny thing. I fried my phone at the beach last year, so I don't actually have it anymore.
Oh, that's good. Now, we do have an issue at the school that has to be worked on, where
Yes.
it was a design flaw with the school that allows water to get trapped in between two areas. That I think Mark has figured out maybe what's caused it.
He's figured it out, and it's temporarily fixed, but it's not permanently fixed. And as I asked
That
the
was the
teachers,
only major thing that I knew of that we needed at the school, but that was, so it's a temporary fix.
yeah, as I was asking the teachers for things that they needed over the summer, like, I'm gonna be here, but you're not, so if you need something, you need to tell me now. And my one teacher, Joe Finley, said, can I get a kayak in case that thing starts leaking again? I was like, stop. But it's fixed, it's not leaking right
He
now.
knows what it is now.
He does, and it's temporarily fixed, but like I said, it'll be
But
permanently
it was just a
fixed.
design flaw.
Mhm. So, other than that, we're good. And I told her no kayaks.
We don't have water up to the water fountain.
I don't think you want to do that, because it's the runoff from the roof.
Well, I think
think it's a wonderful report, Jessica. Thank you. Great job with you and your staff and your parents and everybody in terms of changing the culture.
I appreciate that, thank you.
Great report, thank you.
You're welcome. Anybody else have questions? Kevin, you don't have any questions? All right,
Great job.
thanks.
Thank
If you guys need anything, call me. If you don't have my number, Donna has it, so just call me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Well done. All right, the Braxton County Board of Education is now back in session. And before I call upon our principal to come forward, I do have an announcement. The Office of School Improvement challenged all Braxton County schools to a friendly competition to see which school could achieve the highest iReady stretch growth and the greatest overall growth in either iReady or iExcel. We are proud to announce that Franktown Elementary School rose to the occasion and won both contests.
We like the wins.
their outstanding commitment to academic growth and student success has earned them a well-deserved reward of $3,000. Congratulations to you, your students, staff.
Thank you so much. They worked very hard for it this year, so they did all the hard work.
This principal is very competitive, almost as competitive as Lori's been.
I'm right up there with her.
So
They did a
congratulations.
great job, I'm so proud of them.
All right, they did all the hard work, so we really appreciate it. It was funny, she came to take the pictures yesterday, and one of my kids was like, "So who's getting the money?" Immediate to the point, didn't care about anything else. And I think he stressed Florida every time she visited.
So, but to win both.
Yes, yeah, I actually stuck in there yesterday and told him especially because he has been so on it, I was.
Oh, good.
Yeah, so. All right, so this is our end of the year LSIC presentation for Frametown Elementary, and I thought it was just really important to highlight the gains that we have made this year because we made some pretty tremendous gains. So starting off with our strategic plan goals. During the 2024-2025 school year, all students will meet their annual growth goals on iReady benchmark for math, for the beginning of the year diagnostic to the end of the year diagnostic in each classroom, with no classroom achieving less than an overall stretch growth of 60% for the year, of 60% for the year. Our overall math performance, the lower one is the beginning of the year, the top one is the end of the year. So we increased from 7% of students being on grade level to 73% of students being on or above grade level. So overall, it was a 66% increase overall in math. In kindergarten, we had an increase from 10% to 70%, so a 60% gain. 15 students met typical growth and 10 students met stretch growth. So 48% of first students met the stretch growth. And this is something that we really focused really hard on this year because typical growth, which I'm sure you all have been explained this, but typical growth is where, like, it's kind of like a maintain. It's like they're where they should be, but they're not really growing. Stretch growth is where you want to see them hit the stretch growth because that really makes the gains that they'll need to go to excel even higher. So we really want to hit that stretch growth. We don't really even focus on typical growth anymore. First grade increased from 12% on grade level to 92%. 18 of her students met the stretch growth. Second grade increased from 0% at the beginning of the year to 73% on grade level or above. You can see 14 out of the 25 students met stretch growth. Third grade increased from 5% to 63% on grade level. And 8 of her students met stretch growth, but sometimes you can't always 100% rely on iReady to compare to the state testing because Mrs. Gillespie was one of the highest ranking third grades for the GSA with 57% proficiency in math. So she did a very good job this year. Fourth grade increased from 0% to 63%. And fifth grade increased from 10% to 74%, so a 64% gain. Strategic plan number 2 is basically the same goal, just for reading. Kindergarten went from 10% to 85%, so a gain of 75%. First grade increased from 28% to 72%, so a gain of 44%. Second grade increased from 19% to 73%. Third grade increased from 63% to 77%. And also, she was one of the higher level performing third grades with 57% proficiency in reading. Fourth grade increased from 4% to 46%. And fifth grade increased from 32% to 52%. And she was also one of the highest performing fifth grades in reading, so she had 63% proficiency. She did an outstanding job. Strategic plan goal number 3 was chronic absenteeism will just decrease in Frametown Elementary School during the 2024-2025 school year by 5%, compared to last year's 20% reported by Weavis. And previous year was 17.3%, and this year it was 12.9%.
So we decreased by 4.4%. So we're making the gains, and hopefully we're gonna work really hard and get that even lower next year. That's one of the big, Penny was a really big help when it came to the attendance this year with making the phone calls, doing all of those things to really help us improve our attendance. Because it has been a struggle. And prioritize needs for next year. Some of the things that I think we really need to focus on, especially like PD sessions for parents. I think there's they need to understand the iReady expectations better. They need to understand the differences between typical growth and stretch growth, because I don't think, when they see those things, I don't think they truly understand the expectations of their kids. And then I really don't think they understand that they're also state reported scores. These are reported to the state just like state testing. So they are just as important. So we just really need to make that a focus to help parents understand iReady overall. And then just general things, like Susan did a great job with one of our parent advisory council things where she brought packets where they can take home and specific things that they can help their child at home with. So I really want to focus and maybe do like a grade level session a month and really give them ideas of what they can focus on at home, because I think they get overwhelmed and they struggle with what exactly should I be doing. And then obviously attendance. So hopefully we'll get that even lower next year, and attendance goes down, our scores will go up. So less kids miss, that makes all the difference. And that's it, short and sweet.
Wonderful job. Great report.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
I will have to say that, I always tease her because, she, and Brittany and Josh Porto and Anita, they always sit together. So that crew, they're all three pretty competitive.
Yeah, and
And but they're a good crew together. But I will have to say that the ideas that she brings to the table in our principals' meetings are always really good. A lot of times it reinforces things that I know that people need to hear. She's a team player. She works well with her staff. I never, ever get complaints from parents from Franktown Elementary, never. So she handles things, her staff, like I said, she gives them all the credit. The growth this year has been wonderful. And I just appreciate the job she's doing, the job they're doing, and it's just a great, it's just a great school.
It really is. We really appreciate that. And I really appreciate them. So.
Where you can contribute the stretch growth to specifically?
Just looking at the data and taking the data to focus on what the skills the students are lacking in. I mean, they do a great job of looking over their data. We look at it together to figure out the deficiencies and really work hard on those and hopefully get them to where they need to be at the end of the year. Data is the #1 priority because it gives us what we need.
Were your end of the year scores what you expected on iReady, or did you feel like some of the kids maybe had already checked out because of GSA? Because we've heard that from some of the schools.
I was always the person who said that, or always felt the anxiety of we need to do everything last second, because we need every second that we have to get to the end of the year to do the testing. But I think I have changed my mind on that a little bit. I think maybe, I know they've already put the testing window for next year and a little bit earlier, and I think that will make a difference. Like our 5th graders, for example, of course their math test scores gave me a little bit of heart failure, but when it came to iReady, they whined so much, bless their hearts, because they just didn't want to do it. And we tried everything in the world to try to motivate them. I mean, prizes, it's just, they're just done. So I think if we could do it more towards the beginning, I think it would make a difference. Or more towards the beginning of the window like they chose. So, but yeah, I was always that person that said, let's do it the very last second, because it's stressful anyway.
And that's what I've always felt like, give them more time to learn, the more content they can learn. But on
I
the
think
flip
I have
side,
changed my mind on that a little bit.
yeah. So we'll try it this way and see what
I
happens.
have to have somebody to stand there holding my hand as I open test scores. It's just nerve-wracking, it makes you nervous. It doesn't matter. These guys do all the hard work and they make all the difference.
So any particular needs that you can identify?
Not really. I mean, we had a lot of, more of them have been wonderful to give us all the extra help and assistance that we need, or maybe that they asked for, or I really can't think of anything offhand. We appreciate everything that you do to help us.
Great report.
Congratulations.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Bring on your staff.
yeah.
Yeah, well done for coming.
I do like them a little bit.
No questions? We'll move to Sutton Elementary. Welcome, Anita.
Hello, I just feel like I was just here the other day, so, yeah. So I'm gonna present some more information, for our end of the year, what we learned this year. So our mission statement stayed the same throughout the year, that student success via excellence in education and a standards-based curriculum. And in order to do that, we had 3 strategic plan goals, and they focused on academics, absenteeism, and family engagement. So our first goal was students at Sutton Elementary will meet their typical growth targets for ELA and math from iReady Diagnostic 1 to iReady Diagnostic 3, with no class receiving less than 60% overall stretch growth. Absenteeism was chronic absenteeism at Sutton Elementary will be less than 10% during the 2024-25 school year, as reported by WEVAS, and that family engagement at Sutton Elementary will engage parents in opportunities to acquire information, knowledge, and skills to support their children's overall education and behavior at school and at home. So our end of the year statistics, we ended the year with 153 students, 26 of those were out of district, 132 low socioeconomic, and 49 special ed students, which did increase from the beginning of the year. So our academics, Sutton did an excellent job last year, and when I took this job, I heard those scores are going to have to drop. Those scores are going to drop, and I was really afraid they were going to drop huge, and I just wanted to keep them close. So that was my goal, was to keep them close. So as you can see, last year in ELA, they scored 63% proficiency. This year in ELA, we scored 65% proficiency. And in math, they scored 67, and this year we scored 63% proficiency. So they were close, and I was really happy. And our 4th grade teacher, Melissa Keener, had the highest science scores in the county with 51% mastery in science. Okay, so on to iReady data. There's our comparison of our 3 diagnostics. As you can see, in our first diagnostic, we only had 38% of the students who were on or above grade level, and then at the end of the year, it was 71%. So that's reading. And there's a look at it broken down by grade level. This is the average classroom percent typical growth and stretch growth. So you can see that kindergarten, their typical growth was averaged 144% for that classroom, and their stretch growth was 104% for that classroom. And then everyone, I think, did really great. Our 5th graders, like I said, at the end of the year, you couldn't beat them with a stick to do anything. So, but they still grew. I was still proud of what they had accomplished. And they actually did better on the GSA than what they did on iReady diagnostic at the end of the year. So these are our math scores. At the beginning of the year, we had 25% of our students were on or above grade level, and at the end of the year, it was 65%, so there grew 40% there. And then there's that same diagnostic growth chart, average per classroom, and you can see, with the exception of one classroom, they exceeded their typical growth, and then most of them achieved within the classroom that 60% annual stretch growth. Okay, and the way we did that, of course, was all the professional development we had throughout the year, the Orton-Gillingham phonics, benchmark training, Kansas writing, iReady personalized pathways, accelerated reader, the new handwriting curriculum, Ready Math and iReady personalized pathways. We had a multi-tiered system of support, data-driven classroom instruction. We did student data chats. We did Mad-Minute Math. We had win time that we adjusted throughout the year. However, we needed to best support those students. And then for incentives, we had iReady trackers. We had a 100% club. We had bulletin board. We had top taters and planes. We had the game room. And then they had rewards like Minute to Win It games, dances, and PJ Day. Okay, so on to attendance. Our goal was to be under 10%, and as of yesterday, it was 9.271%, and that included 26 students who were considered chronically absent. And when I looked at those reports, 13 of those students were no longer in our district. 2 of them were no longer in our 2 of them had moved within the district. I was like, what does that mean? So I was really happy. I know last year the kids came every day, and they had like 5%. Was it 5%? So I do think there's some room for improvement there, but I was glad this be my first year, and the communities and schools coordinator, Tyler, his first year there. I think we kept on top of them to get him there. And in order to do that, we did everything up and including send Tim by on the search for people. I got pied in the face. Tyler got pied in the face. We gave away prizes. We went on trips. We sent home letters. We did Surprise You Here Day. We did attendance bingo. We had a challenge, how low can you go limbo, where the kids got to limbo into the cafeteria if they were the lowest percent absence in the county. So I checked the county every day, and we kept them on the front window of the school, and I rearranged them, like, Davis has the lowest attendance today, we gotta do better tomorrow. And then if we were on top, they got to limbo into the cafeteria. Family engagement. Sutton will engage parents in opportunities to acquire information, knowledge, and skills to support their children's overall education and behavior at school and at home. That started with Susan's Parent Advisory Council. PTO has a lot of activities. We have been inviting more parents in. That picture down there is our kindergarten celebration. We had a packed house for that. I think there were people standing off to the side too that I missed. But I do have some different plans for next year. I've written a grant that hopefully I get that has 4 family involvement activities included into it. Things like a beginning of the year academy, a math night, a nutrition night, and a social emotional behavior component. So hopefully I get that grant and we can do those next year. Like I said, we had back to school open house, fall festival, Halloween, trunk or treat, and a dance. We had the family pack meetings, Title I meetings, LSIC meetings, parent volunteer trainings, monthly snack and chats, which we did for pre-K, K, 1, and 2, and 3, we had a meet the teacher night. So I need to get back on track and make sure 4 and 5 do those too. We had a crazy time there. Then end of the year celebrations, we had a pre-K celebration, kindergarten celebration, and 5th grade celebration. Pre-K and kindergarten were during school, and 5th grade was after school. I would be remiss if I didn't thank all of our partners in education. So Clear Mountain Bank provided a donation that bought most of our incentives for our countdown giveaway toward the end of the year. City National Bank always comes in and teaches the students about financial literacy. Sutton Baptist Church does our weekend food bags. Mr. Ken Skidmore always delivers those. Elaine and Joy helped us with Disney Day, and they're always there if we need shirts, or they provided all the ears and crowns and stuff for our Disney Day. And Tierra came in and dressed as Tinkerbell and taught an art lesson for the students. Robin's Nest Daycare, Walmart, McDonald's. This isn't really a partner in education, but the BCHS Cosmetology Simulated Workplace, I felt needed recognized because those girls dressed as princesses and came in and did the hair of every female student at our school. They got crowns, they had pixie dust, and the boys all got pirate patches and scars on their face for Disney Day, so they really enjoyed that. And of course, I couldn't do anything without our PTO. They're our biggest supporters, and anything I have asked this year, they have made it happen. So I really appreciate the PTO there at Sutton Elementary. I feel like I forgot people, and I apologize, but I'm sure I'll hear about it. So, okay, so I did a quick video. It's like that. When I was looking at my phone last night, I had about 4,000 pictures from this year, because I take pictures about everything. And I was like, I can't put 4,000 pictures in there, so I tried to narrow it down to a minute with what this year meant to us. So, let's see if it works. I don't have any sound. Moved it. He broke it. It's his fault. You can watch it without sound.
it was a lively, commercial-free song that I can use on the internet for my video.
You might need to start your presentation again.
That's great.
Okay, there it is. So I surveyed our fourth grade as to what they would like the theme for next year to be, and they wanted something game-based. So that's our Mountaineer that we've created that's pixelated that we're going to use first for next year. So as soon as I figure out what our theme is. Okay, so thank you. What questions do you have?
I just have a comment.
Okay.
I know that, Concord girls, I think that's a Concord girls. I heard they did not complain, they loved every minute of it, and did not sit down for a break all day.
They did not.
So that was a great opportunity.
They did buns and braids and updos. Yes.
So great work for prom, for weddings, for.
I said, you all could start selling the service for birthday parties.
So yes, I did hear that in the community,
So, and my kids loved it.
I have to say that another brand new principal, and, you know, I know Anita as a teacher, extremely innovative. She, you know, if I had to put on a paper on her plate, extremely intelligent, was things would be at the top. And I'm just really proud of what she's been able to do when she did have big shoes to fill. And she's done a very good job at staying the course and even showing some growth. So very proud of Anita, very proud of what she's been able to do with Sutton Elementary.
What's your focus starting next year? I mean, I know it's academics, but what do you think is helping you, or where do you need to get?
I would really like to focus on the parent involvement piece of it. One of the issues we have, and I've noticed this every time we've brought people into the gym, there's no sound system in there. So you're yelling. So we've brought in microphones and stuff, but there's nothing in there, and you have to yell over the air conditioner. So I've written a grant that I hope to get for a sound system for the gym. Sutton is a small community, and I think the school and Sutton should partnership to help build back what Sutton once was. So I would really like more family and community involvement.
Yep, no parking there.
Yeah, we have parking.
Parking. Got a new theater, like a new old theater now.
You mentioned your anxiety about the expectations.
Yes.
For you this past year. You still have some great expectations ahead of you. I know that you lost an important part of your staff this year.
We've lost
One
our,
by death and two by.
one by retirement and one by changing jobs, yeah.
Is there a plan that you have to bridge that gap? What kind of resources are you going to need to?
So here was my idea, and I went over it with Brittany, and she said I couldn't do it because I was scoping out her people. I think at the beginning of the year, we should just put all the employees in the gym here and pick, like basketball teams. So that way, so I can get, you know, who I want. But seriously, I am really concerned. We lost a great teacher with Amy. Claudette may retire.
I'm trying, I really.
I was gonna say,
We need her for at
Dr.
least-
Teeter has promised her the moon. So if she agrees to stay, and Stacy Butler, another phenomenal teacher, I do not know how they would be replaced. But, you know, whoever I get in those positions, right now I don't know. Because I know somebody, it's currently being held, but that person's looking for another job, and then, so there's gonna be a lot of movement. So I'm hoping that movement happens fast, so we can get them in there before school starts and they can learn what they need to learn. And how Sutton works. So I had to learn how Sutton works. Works great.
She truly has done a fantastic job with a lot of challenges. At the beginning of the school year, I mean, you had 15 plus students move from out of district into the school, and just trying to manage that alone and setting those expectations and making sure that those students were learning and achieving at the same rate that the students at Sutton were. She's done a phenomenal job.
And she never complains. She never complains. She always has a solution or an idea. She never complains.
Seems like you just take everything in stride, you know, it's. How about the song?
So we made salon the other day because I had a brilliant idea. RAR part was going to be slime. I made it with 5th and 4th grade, and I said, I'm not making it with K through 3. So we changed up our plan, and yesterday they made Mundo instead, and it was a lot less messy. But we had slime everywhere. The kids like went home with it in their hair and on their shoes. I would we're going to convert one of the classrooms into a stream room, and I'm working on a grant to try to get stuff for it. I would like to see some more technology added. Trying to figure out how to get a Ferris wheel. Just whatever, I mean, just stuff out there.
That's one of my goals. No, the stream labs, when I move around, we've assessed each of the schools to see, you know, the locations that they have and.
We're going to put it down by our library. What's the price? I like a stream
Gotta
lab
have 3
first.
bids.
Yeah, we have to have 3 bids. No, we did Disney Day this year, and in that we incorporated, like, the kids got to learn about the cosmetology career. We built droids, and they got to drive them, and those were little spheros that they could code. So, you know, there's learning in everything. Learning can be fun. And I think some of those kids that we lose engagement on, maybe we can bring back through that CTE and stream.
So the principal, just to see here at the high school, Lori Stover, she is really into sending her kids to elementary schools. So that's one of the things we want to incorporate with our stream labs, is to have her students at the end of the year go down and actually work with the students and doing activities. So all that we're trying to plan.
And with testing being moved up this year, one of the things we're gonna do next year is 5th grade. I felt like we needed to do more for our 5th grades this year. So next year, we're gonna do a 5th grade showcase. So in that 2 weeks they have after testing, they're going to do projects about careers and what they're planning on doing, and then present those at the showcase.
You know, one thing, I drove by the school one evening and just about everybody else was gone. And there's poor Nikki out there, and slowed down, flew the horn.
I never
She
noticed.
was still happy.
Yeah, at the end of the day,
She works all the time.
well, I live close, so people call and I just run down there.
Well, thank you, Anita. Great job.
Great
job. Yeah. Very proud of you.
Well done.
All right,
It's good to have us, that's what lives in Sutton. I used to have bananas.
so part one's lunch, and we're a little ahead of schedule, it's 11:38. All right, lunch.
11:38.
So we can go ahead and break for lunch and we'll reconvene back here at 12:45. Is that enough time?
That's what you had fun.
All right, it is 12:59 and Braxton Board of Education is now back in session after a lunch recess. And, yes, whew, that was a heavy lunch, so if we fall asleep from all the cars.
It's not me, right?
It was delicious. So we have with us right now, Braxton County Middle School, Ms. Perkins.
So thank you for allowing us to be here. We're going to share some of our data from throughout the year. Most of it I took from last year until it's May 23rd. So this year I went to May 23rd too, just so it was the same kind of timeline. There are some things that have the end of the year data as well. So we'll just start, and I always start off with our strategic plan. We really focus on chronic absenteeism, and our goal was to decrease by 6% this year. Safe and healthy environment. We wanted to decrease office referrals by 20%. And our academics, we wanted to increase by 10% for ELA and math. And it's not some of the data that we have. Last year, we were at 90.9%. This year, 92.7%. And our chronic absenteeism from May 23rd of last year to May 23rd of this year, we dropped 10% from 31 to 21%. And I credit that a lot to our CIS coordinator. She worked really, really hard, making phone calls every day. Sometimes our absentee list is this long, and she would call every single kid every single day. So that really helped a lot. We also do attendance letters, 5-day meetings. She had probably a pile this high of SAT meetings that were done with attendance issues. We have 10-day meetings with the attendance director. We also have PBIS rewards, surprise your peer days. They do homeroom weekly and monthly competitions. And these are our gnomes for each grade, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. And the gnome moves from room to room. Whoever wins that week gets the gnome. So you'll see kids, you'll hear homerooms shouting, and and they win, and then they'll be going to get the gnome and taking it. So that's a lot of fun. This year, the monthly attendance winner, we compete with the high school, and we won October, November, December, January, March, and May in the against the high school for the attendance banner that we got to have. So. And that is Mrs. Knight's homeroom. They were the winners for the whole year. So they got some prizes and some fun for winning the homeroom out of the whole school. They won. And then office referrals. Last year we had 648. This year we had 471. We do PBIS, so they have to have 0 unexcused absences, 2.0 or higher, and 0 discipline referrals to go to the PBIS reward. And the first 9 weeks we had 158 students. The second 9 weeks we didn't get to do it. This was the first year. I've been there 6 years. It's the first year. But with all the snow days and everything going, we just didn't get to do our PBIS. The third 9 weeks we had 95 students, and the last one we had 105 students. And this was from our last one. We did bingo. They really enjoyed playing bingo. So we did, our goal was to decrease by 20%, and we actually decreased by 30.5%. And a lot of that, I have some more data to show with that, but a lot of it is our AEP, I think, because when kids get sent to the AEP, we might have a kid that gets sent to AEP, and I have numbers for all that. That kid might have got 10 more write-ups that year, because there is, I have the amount of kids that have no write-ups, which is much larger than the kids with write-ups. So we do have, so sometimes if you remove that behavior problem, it helps cut down on it. Do you want to say anything about behavior?
Well, and I just think us reiterating at lunch in the hallway behavior, what we expect. And I know we put things up on the bulletin board in the cafeteria for them to notice so that they knew what we expect. No, zero tolerance is basically what we said. And I think that's what really helped.
Yeah, they have to know what they're working for. And I did. I had a little dry erase board there, and I tried to put upcoming things. And they'd be over, they'd always be at lunchtime going over to look to see what was coming up. So this was the
total referral breakdown and in-school suspension, out-of-school suspension, AEP, and expulsion from AEP. In 6th grade, we had 153, and the exact same numbers for 7th grade, and then 8th grade was 170. We had 26 in-school suspension, 6, 29 and 7, and 21 and 8. Out-of-school suspensions, and that's including AEP, because sometimes when they're in AEP, they get suspended from AEP as well. So that was 14, 21, and 21. And then we had 4 6th graders go to AEP, and then one got to return to school. And all our kids that returned, most of them were successful once they returned. 7th grade, we had 7 go, and 1 returned to BCMS, and in 8th grade, we had 5, and 1 returned there. And then we had some kids that were in AEP and got in a lot of trouble there as well, so they were actually expelled from AEP, and that was 1, 2, and 2. Again, the numbers here, 476, that was the end of the year. 471 was May 23rd when I pulled that other data. And then 648. Last year we had 196 students that had 0 office referrals. This year we had 223. So really we have a lot more, that's what I always say, we have a lot more well-behaved kids than we do the bad, just sometimes those bad behaviors just really bring us down. There was 41 students last year with 5 or more office referrals, and there was 29 this year, and last year 10 or more office referrals, there was 15, and this year we only had 4 that had more than 10 office referrals. Wasn't too much. So then we have our academics, and this is where we're really trying to get stronger. We have some of the best teachers teaching. We have to really motivate our kids. Middle school age kids are the hardest to motivate, and we really started to this year. Kids were excited about the testing. They're excited to be at school, so we're getting there. Our IXL, this is 8th grade math. The highest score was 1120. 16 went down, 5 stayed the same, 97 went up, and 2 hadn't taken the pre or post test. And then in ELA, the highest score was 1230, 37 went down, 5 stayed the same, and 76 went up. So we did see an increase in 8th grade IXL. 7th grade, the highest score was 1200 in math and 1250 in ELA. In math, 28 went down, 1 stayed the same, and 85 went up. In 7th grade, 29 went down, 7 stayed the same, and 76 went up. In 6th grade, the highest score for math was 810, and ELA was 880. 16 went down in math, 4 stayed the same, and 88 went up. And in ELA, 19 went down, 8 stayed the same, and 76 went up. So we saw increases in IXL for both reading and math. The GSA is not what we wanted it to be this year, but again, we are really trying to work, and we had some things in place towards the end of the year that we want to start at the beginning of the year, like the test offering, and have some intervention time with the kids. We didn't have any intervention time this year, so we want to build that in. This is the last 3 years. So it's the data for 8th, 7th, and 6th grade. This is ELA, and this is when they were in 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 4th, 5th, and 6th grade. So you can see the numbers up there, 32%, 32%, and 35%, 38, 33, 33, and 36, 40, 39. There's not a whole big change over the 3 years of their test. These are not finalized results, because with the GSA, it'll be changed once it gets out, but this is what we have right now. And then the last 3 years for GSA math, when they were in 6th, 7th, and 8th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, and 4th, 5th, and 6th grade. So again, you can see they're kind of, that one increased, they went down, and went down. So we're going to see what we can do to keep them, and we are already talking today of things that we can do right from the beginning of the year to get these kids to stay or grow. And then science, we can't really, they took it back in 5th grade, so that's hard to compare it, but we just compared it with the state, and we were 24% and 28%. And actually, I was talking to the science teacher today about trying to get the modules and get them practicing, because the way the test is set up, the kids have to know at that test. There's so many things that they have to
go back and look for and graphs and just to manipulate the test itself. So there's a lot of practice modules. So we're going to try to get that integrated next year. And this is the data comparing last 3 years to grade level and to the state. So it's what was there before, but then it also has the state where they were at. So 32 and 46, 32, 41, 35, 43, 38, 44, 33, 44, 33, 44, 36, 44, 40, 45, and 39, 46. So we're falling below the state each year, but again, we're trying to get things in place so we can see these scores grow up. That's our main goal right now, is to get testing where it needs to be. And then this is the math compared to the state. You guys just look at that for a second. We're down. Some of it's close, but most of the time we were down a lot compared to the state. And then, and this is kind of been a short thing. I've worked on it for weeks and weeks. I don't know why it was so short. I was taking a lot of data and stuff, but I feel like it was really short. Usually I put a lot of pictures in, but plus I'm not feeling the best. You can tell I'm not talking very clearly. But our CTE, I want to talk a little bit about them today too, because they have really taken off. And they're the classes where the kids find the most interest a lot of times. So if we can get them interested in being at school and want to be there, you know, that helps with the other subjects as well. So our CTE has really taken off this year. And one of the things that they worked on was the nature trail. If you guys ever get a chance to go take a walk on the nature trail, it's fabulous. They have bird feeders and rocks and benches, like painted rocks, benches. We have a bird feeder that connects to your phone, so we can see all the animals. They're not always birds there. We can see the animals that are at the feeders, and they mulched it. They have really, the kids did this work. So I do have a short video that I want to show you guys of all the work that was done. But if you ever get a chance, just take a little stroll up on the nature trail. It's really nice. So we'll play that. It does have music with it, but we're not listening to the music because sometimes we can't listen to music with the video because of policy. So if we can go ahead and play the video. I could sing, I guess.
Sing it for us.
Maybe Mrs. McPherson can. She knows the song. So we did have a hometown grant this year, and that's what purchased a lot of the stuff for the trail. And Mrs. McPherson's the one who got the grant for us and did all the ordering, and then her and Mr. Cantrell got the kids out there working. They did a great job. They filled about 6 holes up in the practice field. They were huge holes that they filled up there. Stuff from the camera. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Say we burn houses.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, we can't keep the other creatures away.
So they have done a lot of work, and I could do a whole presentation on CTE this year because they have, helped around the school with so many projects and getting things looking nicer and learning those skills, because they're starting to look at what kind of careers they want in the career clusters. So a lot of this stuff helps them. And some of these kids may not always do good in math and English, but this gives them something, and then they might try harder in the other classes as well because they're excited to come. And take some pride in their school and the grounds because Mr. Cantrell even had them down washing buses. If they do that kind of stuff, they'll maybe not mess it up as much because they see what goes into keeping it clean. So, and Mr. Cantrell, when he was, I think in high school, he was one of the he was a student back then at the high school, and that he's one that helped build that trail from the beginning. So it's neat for him to be able to come back and now have students helping get it back together. That is all I have. I mean, lots of data. I know it's a lot to look at. I know we aren't where we need to be. We are working, trying hard. We've got to sit down. I've already talked to people this summer about what we can do to get it right from the beginning. Start getting it hard with getting the kids motivated. That's the biggest thing, is motivating our students.
Overall, you've shown growth. So it wasn't the type of growth that we wanted to see, but you did at least overall, you did show growth.
Right. And even if there's some areas we can show growth, like attendance, behavior, we can just.
And your behavior is so much better. I mean, there's a major difference. I see a lot of positives. I see a lot of growth that is starting. And I think that you're setting the stage now because there's been so many transitions with principals. And thank God we do have principals that are staying put in their positions, and that only helps with the stability. And, we have plans with, directors that are, we've had some support this year. We're going to have even more support with professional development things. So, at least I appreciate your willingness to, do the things that we ask you to do and to move forward. So,
we appreciate the support from, board members, superintendent, the directors. I mean, we need all the help that we can get at the middle school. And I feel like a lot of years we weren't, but there were so many turnovers even in those positions, that we weren't getting it. And now it seems like it's more stable and it's going to stay. And we did get a lot of help this year, and I'm hoping for a lot more next year. Because we do. We have great teachers. We have great things going on. Middle school is a hard age, it's a hard place, but we've got people that want to be there and want to teach our kids. We want to see, we see them come up to the high school and we see the great things that they do up here. We don't always see that at our level, because at our level they're thinking about other things and have stuff going on, but we do, we follow them all the way throughout, and we see the things that they are doing and even beyond. It was awesome going to the scholarship, and the CTE stuff I got to attend this year, and I wish we could always, because those are our kids. They were our kids for 3 years. And we don't always get to see the outcome, so we do follow closely to them as they come up here and move on.
Do you feel like your IXL aligns to the GSA, like what you see them performing in the IXL?
No, I don't think that it aligns. And even in that, like, you see all the increases, but then our GSA isn't showing them on grade level where they need to be. But sometimes the increase is from 200 to 250. You know what I mean? It's not always saying like a grade level or something like that. So I don't feel like it aligns.
with the GSA?
Can I s-
Yeah.
So we actually are going to do away with IXL next year at the middle school level and go to just the benchmark, which is the practice test for GSA. And we will then be working a little closer with those test authoring pieces, and then it will line 100%.
What's on your wish list?
Oh my goodness. How much time do I have? No, we really, I mean, there's some things I know that we can't have. I mean, the intervention time or an interventionist, which I think we're gonna be able to get intervention time in there, but we'll need support helping to get that going. I don't know, what else? Teachers, if you, I mean, I just can't always think right off the top of my head is things that we've said we need. I know an intervention time would be good.
Yeah. Somebody to organize it and run it.
And some of the stuff I feel like that we've needed in the past, because I do have some things listed on the paper. I feel like the directors at the board office, like the data coach, like I feel like they're helping in some of those areas. So I feel like we're getting some help that we didn't in the past, were just from the board office helping us. You know, behavior, the AEP, I mean, it's good for the kids to go to, but I feel like we need to get that in a little bit better shape too, because we send our ISS kids over there too, and it's hard to manage kids that are living there day to day, to a kid that's just in there for a day or two. Like, I want to try to get that a little bit in better shape than it was this year. Of course, we always want more time, you know, but that's kind of the picture, more teachers, but then it's like, where would we even put them? We're full to capacity pretty much. But really just the intervention. I think the kids having that intervention will really help, especially with the academics.
One thing that I've noticed in your presentation, the discipline is much better than it used to be.
Yes.
I try.
And it even went down, like last year when I did, like I looked at my PowerPoint from last year, it had went down quite a bit, about the same. So each year it's going down more and more. And again, I think AEP, because some of those kids that we put in AEP are the ones that would have had 10 to 20 more write-ups, you know, so that really helps.
Yeah, just getting them out of the whole equation has helped tremendously.
Yeah. I know one of the first things I said at one of the first board meetings I was in, we had a terrible situation that happened over at the end. And I was so upset over it. And I said, you know, they just need to send Larry Hardaway out behind the school with Randy Fraser's hat.
But you come up anytime. That would fix a lot of it.
Well, they took prayer out of school, they took that out of school.
We have a lot of kids that, I mean, middle school, a typical middle school child has problems anyways, just because you're at that age. But then we have so many kids facing so much trauma and drug, you know, I mean, there's so many obstacles that come, you know, we just come to school, it just, I mean, I kind of live a normal life, I think, you know, I get up, I go to work, I come home, I fix dinner, you know, like, but these kids are facing things I can't even imagine.
Yeah, a lot of times they don't even know where they're going home to.
Yeah, that's a terrible situation. And again, there are so many grandparents raising grandchildren.
Yes.
And they're doing the very best they can do.
Right. And technology is really hindering a lot of kids too, you know, Snapchat, all the, I'd say.
Social media.
There's a lot of our problems are.
Discipline problems.
Yeah, are with social media and phones. So I'm hoping we can get a good plan in place for no cell phones, because, you know, even at the state level, they know that they're interfering with education, and that is a huge problem. So we really need to have a good plan in place for that next year.
Great job, keep improving. You know, we're proud of you.
Thank you, I appreciate you guys.
Thank you. We'll move next to Braxton County Hospital.
Be able to play it after I'm done giving our data.
I need you all to sign in for me.
Which is possible at the board office. Is there any way to get Facebook?
Lord, we're so stuffed down, we can't understand.
Well, good, because mine's gonna be short, sweet, to the point, because I know I'm last, so.
She spends one day in the hospital with what? Imagine, that's like that every day. Oh my gosh. Right? But I live in the gym.
But not too much.
so, we're going without a PowerPoint as well, because we knew that you guys would be here forever and a day today and all of those things. So one, we hope you ate good, because that's what we do at the high school. We like to say that we're like a Baptist church. And two, we're tribal, as you can see, because, well, that's what we do. We are a very small army, but an army yet indeed. So I remember, and we'll start with the good, the bad, and the ugly. I remember saying at the beginning of the year, of course, we went into the year we all knew what our year was going to end up looking like and what our data was going to be. But of course, we would never, ever, 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 ever say that out loud, because we push even when we already know what we're looking at. So we knew that this year we were not working with what we did last year. So you can see, this is the first time I've ever brought you a snapshot that had red on it. However, we will not sugarcoat what we've done and what we've not done and what we reached and what we didn't reach, because that's not what we do as a team. We know and we believe in what we're doing, and we know that it works because we have proved it over and over and over and over and over again that it works. We knew that our backs were against the wall. We looked at growth this year, which, sitting on your end of the seat, is hard to look at, because of course you look at it like the State Department looks at it, test from year to year, not growth of kid from year to year, from cohort to cohort. So we've broken it up so that you can see the growth that our kids actually have made, instead of just looking at it test by test, knowing that that's what they look at. So if you look at there, our goal, the first couple of sections, we've got the PSAT 9, the PSAT 10, the NMSQT, and SAT School Day. Those are all of our College Board suite of assessments. Our goal, because that's the way that we write them for the State Department and for strategic plans, is we look at the test that was taken, not the group of kids that took the test. So, for example, we are graded on our SAT School Day. So we're going to skip down there first off to the SAT School Day. Our SAT School Day, if you look at it test to test, you see the red area here. That's what I'm talking about. So if you look at our group of kids that took SAT School Day test last year in 11th grade, and you look at the group of kids that took it this year, two different sets of children. So it's comparing apples to oranges. We saw a decrease of 2% in English and a decrease of 6% in math. However, the green area, if you look at the growth, that the same group of kids took the test in the fall, in October when we came, and then that same group of kids went up against hardcore stipulations because of snow and because of roof repair, and we had to put them all in the gym. It was not our same testing practice. We didn't get to have our pep rallies. We didn't get to do SAT School Day week like we always did before, but we still saw an increase in growth of 1% in English and 2% in math. So if you look at the same group of kids, we did have an increase and we did have a growth. But when you do it test by test, which is what the State Department is, we know what they're looking at, and we know that we had a decrease in both areas. If you look at the NMSQT, the PSAT 10, and the PSAT 9, we only did them test by test, year by year, so that's the data that you see over there. We had an increase in English across the board in every other grade level. And then we had a decrease in math in 2 grade levels, and 1 grade level we had an increase. So those are our College Board suite of assessments. The only thing that gets reported to the state of West Virginia is our 11th grade class, which is that SAT School Day cohort. The rest of those tests we do for data so that we know where to meet our kids at and what their deficits are, so that we can move forward for the year. So that this is the only one that we get graded on, well, testing wise. Our NOCTI scores, if you look at the first column, this is where we ended last year. We take a pre-test and then we take an ending test. You will see there, based on what our goal was, you will see in green that we had an increase of 4.5% average across the board for CTE. So every single pathway averaged together, from when we took the pre-test at the beginning of the year in April to when we take our test at the end of the year, overall we saw a 4.5 increase. So we hit our goal for there. For IXL, for our math and for our reading, we exceeded our goal there, 8.1% in math and 9.6% in reading. And it shows you there each, and then breaking down by grade level, the increase that we had in each one. So there was growth in every single grade level in both subjects. So our AP testing rate, Dr. Steele, I won't have those until July 7th. But just as soon as I see it, at the beginning of next year, I will have your AP results. I will say that this year we doubled our AP exams, the number of students who actually took the AP exam, which we've struggled with every year in the past. But this year we actually had, we had a lot of kids who were able to take the test, who were willing to take the test, and actually interested in taking it. So I signed a lot of scheduling papers that our kids are wanting AP classes that are outside the realm of what we normally offer as whole group. So they are looking for more avenues. Then our school-wide data, they are on track to graduate. This is the first year in a long time that we will have 100% graduation rate. We always bring home graduation accolades from the State Department. We didn't lose one single kid this year. We did not have one dropout. That is since I've been here, even was a teacher here. This is the first year that we will have that. And then our failing students, so one of these days I'm going to have no data to bring you because I'm going to be like, well, we stayed the same because we're there. I hope for that. But the number of failing students, you can see we ended the year last year in 9th grade with 13 kids failing core classes. This year we only had 9. 10th grade last year I had 21 failing sophomores. This year I only have 4. I have 7 failing 11th graders last year. I have 0 this year. I had 0 12th graders last year. I have 0 12th graders this year. So you can see that we had a decrease from last year to this year of 31% in 9th grade, 81% in 10th grade, 100% in 11th grade, and then of course we stayed the same at 0 in 12th grade. Our attendance rate, this one calls me pause all year, and while it's not wonderful, we're going to mark it in the green. Because if you look at it, the date that we did this, which we know that this changes every day, which was the 5th of June, we pulled the numbers on the 5th of June. Thank God for Mackenzie's magic back there because she helped us. Our attendance rate, that's the percentage of kids that we have coming to school, is sitting at a 93.21%, which means that we have an increase from last year to this year. We have more kids coming to school more consistently. And then our chronically absent rate, which is the one that I told you, if you remember the last time I came and presented about model schools, it's the one that keeps me up at night. Just a hair smidge tab, we almost stayed equal. Last year we ended the year with 21.8%. This year we will end the year at 21.7%. That will go down once some of our kids will fall off. Kids that have went to other institutions, I'll put it that way. They will fall off and they won't count against us anymore once we end the year and that WEVUS rolls out. So that number will change just a little bit. But right now, we're equal. We didn't lose anything. Our discipline, I don't even know that we'll be able to write a discipline goal this year. When we started this 3 years ago, changing the climate and culture of the high school, discipline would have probably ranked as one of our top goals above academics, because you can't teach if it's unruly. Well, you can see there, every year that I've brought you the data, I remember the very first year that I ever did discipline as an assistant principal, just at this high school, in the month of October, we were in the hundreds, like 200 and some just for 1 month. You can see that we have decreased from last year to this year, 54%. We ended the year with an all-time total. We only have 112 discipline referrals for 180 school days. So that's not even a discipline referral a day. There's no, the amount of level 4s, it says there, we've had 12 kids in AEP. That's kids from last year and then what we added this year. You can see that we had 13 in there this year, or last year. Half of those rolled over. So we only put half of the number, we only had half level 4 offenses. Most of those were THC vapes that we placed there without doing the expulsion through Dr. Tiedrick. I had 9 kids finish through ALC, 6 kids are now in options, and then 112 total disciplinary referrals. All of those are a level 1 and 2 offense. So those are, like misconduct in the classroom, those types of things. Number of students with credits that are recovering. I didn't have to use credit recovery at all this school year because everybody did summer school that needed it last year. Again, 3 years ago, I had to keep like Excel spreadsheets of all of the kids who were doing credit recovery. We had 1 kid that needed to credit recover something. He did it this year. And then we have 13 qualifying for summer school. If you've been with the hospital at all, and all of them can tell you, we used to have the library packed full of kids who needed credit recovery, who were failing classes. we have ER, we have those things in place. So we only have 13 kids that will qualify that will need to come in this summer and go to summer school. Then we have the students who are completing AP. That's the biggest increase that we've had. So if you see there, we went from 66 dual credit students to 170 enrollments. So if you have that number, you have about 80. So we went from 60-some to 80-some kids in dual credit this year. Our AP kids went from 42 to 65. Our pre-AP, last year we ended with 33 students. This year we have 34 students, and that's our underclassmen, like freshman type kids who are looking to an AP pathway. And then our AA pathway graduates, you guys were at graduation, you saw Glenville give out the AA. I had 3 graduate with an associate's degree. This year I had 12 that graduated. So the average increase whenever you put all of that together is 121% for our upper level classes. Of course, we don't have a school ranking because it's ongoing. We're going to roll the dice and see what happens. And then, of course, we have our involvement down through there. So if that middle column is what I presented to you that we had done halfway through the year whenever I came before you in December, the end of the year, this is all of the stuff that we've done since then. I will say that the biggest, you can read down through there, but our biggest part of LSIC, whenever we met with LSIC, was they wanted more community involvement. We had loved the teachers, we had loved the kids, we had loved their parents, but let's like branch out and have a greater impact. So we started infiltrating the elementary schools. We brought the middle schools up to us. We went to them. For example, cosmetology is brand new. They went and had a reward day at Sutton Elementary, and my girls did a Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo Cinderella. It made all the girls look like princesses, and it was a big thing. They went to the nursing home along with some of my other CTE clusters with HOSA. And they did all of like St. Patrick's Day at the nursing home, and they, of course, gave them TLC, all of those types of things. And then, of course, the other part of it that we did within CTE is this is the first year that every single elementary school has came and toured the CTE pathways, and their little people got to take part with my big people. My big people became teachers. It was really awesome to see all of those hands-on things go on in those classrooms. I'm sure that you saw it all on Facebook. So those are just some of the things. Of course, we have all of our regular ceremonies. You guys have been a part of all of those. You've seen them. We're at a record all-time high with local scholarships. You know that. My kids don't go to college without you. So that, of course, is always, we had more field trips, more CTE experiences. Mr. Craig would probably speak to that. I think he's been out of the building more than he's been in the building the last month, but that's okay. More community events like the Sandlot Slam, where we recognize the attendance, the perfect attendance. We put that on it for the elementary kids that come. Lots of that to bring the community together. So while I may be in the red, and I told you at the beginning of the year, if I was, I would probably tell you that I am. Based on the state scores, I am in the red. However, in every single other area, we have, I feel, and my team will tell you, that while that, and we will hit back where we were last year because we know the group of kids that we had coming in 11th grade. There's not a doubt in our mind. However, on the hindsight of that, I feel like we did, last year we were called to show academically what we could do, and we knew that we had the group of kids to do it. This year, I felt like our main priority was the climate and culture of the county, and to make a county that was fractured come together and see that. And I think that we did that. I can't say that that is a goal in education because it doesn't fit anywhere. It's the gray area. It is what me and it is what my team is good at. So I feel like that overall at the top of the page, we showed the heart of Braxton at the high school this year. You know that our trademark is love equals learning, and I feel this year we loved just like we had 2-3 years ago to make this happen. So now I feel like we'll be on the upswing just like we did before. Some other things to take into effect, I will never give you an excuse without giving you a solution. I went to my team and I said, are we doing something wrong? Do we not believe in what we're doing anymore? And every single one of them said the same thing. If we didn't believe that we wouldn't be here. We would sit down, we would move aside. We're not going to change anything that we do because we know it works. With that, we had double the amount of special education children in our testing group this year. We knew our back was against the wall with that. We were down an interventionist. You knew that. I knew that. I didn't have a testing interventionist. We did what we could with that. Some of the other things I mentioned, our week of testing was completely blown out of the water. Dr. Teacher and I sat on the phone. I was in a parking lot at Pilot in North Carolina, strategizing, what can we do, what can we do, what can we do, how do we make it the best situation, because our roof was caving in. So the same week as testing. So all of those things, again, I feel like we hit our major goal, but of course, next year I'll get to brag and tell all of the other counties how good we are yet again, just like I did at the beginning of this year. So, because we don't do anything but the best. I think that we did our best in the other areas that matter, and we will take the smack on the wrist for what we didn't do. So, Mr. Locke, you know that his media kids always put together a really nifty video. Those are the other things that we do. I mean, I can stand up here and tell you we had, you couldn't count the number of state send-offs that we've had this year. You couldn't count the number of kids that we took from other counties this year. We're going to model schools to present in 2 weeks. We just had that meeting today. We're really surprised and really happy. They don't have us, they have us presenting twice, not just once, which is like to say something in and of itself. And they have us in one of the big rooms and not one of the small rooms. So it's a little intimidating, but it's going to be fine because, well, my people talk to the little birch Jesus if you don't know him. So we're going to be wonderful. But in saying that, we are going to end our presentation up there with the commercial that I showed you last time. But Mr. Locke's media kids, they don't get a whole lot of recognition that they're at the end of this video. So this is our year with our year-end review that we wanted to leave you guys with today. And then I'll take any questions after we watch it. Can we make this?
I'm scared.
you can't walk out without getting the feels because that's what we do. We started the year, well, we branded a gym and all of the other things. We gave our kids a home, so and we gave the county a home, and they have that now. I will say too, I don't know if you saw it or not, but we have a phlebotomy program that Mrs. Moore did. 9 of those students took that test, they all passed, they're all phlebotomy certified this year. Skills USA, we went for the very first time. We had 2 state placers that will, one of them will compete at nationals. I've got hosts of kids that are going to nationals. I've got FBLA kids that are going to nationals. We've got, you name it, we've got it. We've got state placers all around. So there's a whole lot of, I could stand up here for the rest of the day, but of course you listen to it all day and tell you all of the wonderful, wonderful things that not just my students do all of that because of this team of people here. So they know, I've already told them down there, I love them and they love me, and we'll do it again next year and bring you something different next year. But questions, comments, anything that you have?
I would just like to say that I had a 9th grader tell me this year how wonderful the transition was from middle school, not to say anything about middle school, but the atmosphere and the culture at the high school, and just how wonderful it is. And I just think that's tremendous for a student to say that.
We were at the Live Like Luke tournament that they have because they were local scholarships. So I went out there this past weekend, and I had 3 Nicholas County families, different ones, that were there, that walked up to me. And they didn't know that I was the principal. They didn't know that they were talking to me, and they were all in a group there. And of course, we have the Kellys who are from there, and they take part in Coach Bean's wrestling program, and really good, academic kids and all of that. And they were standing there, because I had a Braxton shirt on, softball shirt on, the dummy has a red one now. And I said, I was standing there, and they were just going on, and they were like, the teacher's there, and the this, and the that, and the Kellys just go on and on and on, and then they started, the principal, and she says, I love you all the time, and Lori Smith happened to be standing there, and she walked over, and she said, that's who you're talking to, that is their person. And a couple of the teachers were standing there with me, so we're very much talked about for that, even outside of that. So, and we take great, tremendous pride in that. So, yeah, it is very nice, and our kids, that's why our kids excel at what they excel at, is because they know that it's okay to fail, and we're still gonna love them, and we're still gonna get them to, the potential that we can, and then all the other things that come into it. So yes, we are very talked about 3 more families that we'll get next year from there, so.
Well, I was gonna say, honestly, it's no secret, I'm a big Lori Stover fan. But she will also tell you I'm the first one that will hit her.
Yes, ma'am, she will.
With, what the heck's going on.
What the heck's going on?
I'll be honest with you. I know what school we have here. I know what type of teachers we have here. I know how blessed we are to have, our principal. I know that. It is one of the greatest. I'm telling you, this is one of the best high schools in the state. When I didn't see the growth on the test scores, it devastated me. And I called her.
Yeah.
And she swallowed hard.
I did.
And she goes, I own it.
Amen. Because I know that what we did on the backside.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I was upset. You teaching time bell to bell, time on task, did you lose focus? I'm here running all this stuff through my head. I'm really upset. I'm like, what is going on? And then I went back and I tracked, and I'm gonna show this to the to my board today, the students who tested.
Yes, ma'am.
And the students showed growth each year.
Amen.
So it wasn't
as
it appeared on the test results.
And the State Department went up by 11 points.
Yes.
So we know that is a running total that we chase. That is a huge jump in a State Department total, huge jump. It's normally 1 or 2 points. So 11 points when they're in, and then, but again, if you look at the growth that this same group has made since 9th grade, it is.
They were there was growth each year. So that made me feel a little bit better. And I don't know that I ever went back and said, hey, Lori, I checked that. So, hey,
it's all good, because we do it up here on the hill for each other, so it's okay.
So she probably never went back and told her staff, hey.
Yeah.
But it's phenomenal, the things that's happening, the certifications these students are getting, what's happening in health occupations program is phenomenal.
Yes.
For first year teachers doing that is phenomenal. I mean, to have all these certifications, all of our athletics, the media, all of the things that we have happening in this little school. Sutton Elementary came in today and praised our cosmetology program for going out and working with those kids. Lori took it upon herself to get all these elementary school kids invited in to help them see the experience and help them to be excited. There's so much good going on.
There is.
So, you know, of course, I'm always going to be the one saying, we got to keep pushing forward.
I do the same thing to them, they understand. We're just sitting back there looking like, Donnie can't be what she is.
Oh, I could. But I'm just saying, there's a lot of good things. So, you know, plans of moving forward and making sure, you know, the supports. And I'll be honest with you, I felt kind of bad because I focused at all of my energy on elementaries this year. And Flora will tell you, we really hit hard with our elementary schools.
But that's what was needed.
It was. But we have plans to continue with support because no matter what grade level, high school, elementary, middle, everybody needs those supports. So I'm valuing additional supports for you.
But just imagine, once those elementary school kids are growing the way that they are and what they're doing, imagine what we can do with them.
We have to build the base. We have to build the base, and that's what I was trying to do.
Yes.
So, but anyway, you do a lot of great things.
Thanks. That's because I got a team that stands behind me that, well, I only have the best.
We used to be a diamond in the rough.
Yes.
Now we're a sparkling diamond here
Yes.
in Braxton County, and I think we do have a lot to brag about.
We do. A whole lot. Yes. Our kids are.
I have the honor of serving on 3 different scholarship committees in the county. Rotary, Gasway High School, and the Jim Lambert Scholarship. Rotary gave 15 scholarships this year. Those were $1,000 ones. Gasway High School gave us, we did 6 at 2,000. What impressed me the most was I've been looking at these resumes of kids for years. This is the first time I've ever seen multiple kids scoring above 1,000 for SATs.
Yep.
Of course, these were the juniors last year.
Yes.
Big marks.
Yes, set the big mark high in the sky.
But there were 2 kids that scored in the 1400s.
Yes.
Unheard of in this county.
Yes.
There was a lot of the kids that wrote such high quality essays.
Yes.
That it impressed every committee that I worked with this year. And nobody said, but their essays were terrible.
Yes.
Nobody said that because they were superb. Some of these kids could write a thesis.
Yes.
Be convincing with it. But I was proud of what I saw this year.
Yes. And not every year have we been able to say that.
I know that.
Yes. So, yes.
Well, I take a red pen, so I didn't have a lot of red marks.
Good. Good. See? So,
You bleed on that paper.
yes.
That's good.
Hopefully, with what we're looking at for next year, and again, I would have never told you at the beginning of the year. If we would have hit the pie in the sky again and all of the things, I would have been over the moon. We knew, that's why I told you at the beginning, if I have to stand on it, I'll stand on it. And you know, beyond anybody else, I will stand for everything that we do. I will say that me and every single one of them that could say it, I don't know that even eternally grateful. Everybody lets the high school fly outside the box that's above us. And again, there is not a word that is imaginable for us to say that thank you for that, because do we do it different. We're bleeding that into the other ones, and we're taking it nationally this year. For you to stand and not make us do it about the black and white and rows and desks without micromanaging that and letting us do that, I don't think that there is a thank you big enough for that. not only do Dr. T drink, but I know that what we do then affects her, and then it affects you, and then she gets judged, and then I get judged, and then they get judged, and we know how education works, and for you guys to step back and let us do it for the past 3 years, just like heartfelt thank you. So, and we'll bring it to you. I feel like that we've brought you more than what we expected to bring you in every other aspect. And if you look at the growth, I feel like we brought you what we told you we would bring you. It is not the way that the State Department is going to look at it. Unless, of course, you know, Donna will talk to them and I will talk to them and everybody else will talk to them. They know the growth that we've made year by year by year. It is a numbers game. But other than that, I feel like that we've exceeded. Again, I feel like we took something fractured at the beginning of the year. Our backs were against the wall. We were fractured. And I feel like that we ended the year, I feel like that you had a strong, like, bits and pieces, and I feel like we took that and we molded that together, and I feel like we're not fractured anymore. So in the big scheme of things, I feel like that as a county, we healed. And I feel like at the beginning of the year, that was the main goal, and I feel like that's what we did.
Well, I'd like to also, aside from the academics, had an opportunity over the weekend to observe several of our top 10 kids working at the Mexican restaurant. And I was so impressed with the hustle and bustle. Not only are these kids academically strong, but their work ethic is strong. And I couldn't help but notice that. I was just beaming with pride.
And the amount of stories that I can stand up here and tell you one-on-one for our kids, we're taking that to model schools. We call it adopting kids. Other school systems call it, you know, like, it's rigor and it's this and it's that. Yes, it is. We know it's all that. But all you have to do is flip that switch. You adopt a kid and you become in the trench with that kid, and they'll do the things right along with you because they know that you're rooting for them. If you can see, I mean, just in Braxton, we were talking about Facebook posts that are being made. If you can see the way that our kids, and we bring them in as freshmen, and if you can see what they are by the time, woo, it's good stuff. Like, it's the reason you come back and do the job every single year, even when the black and white is not where you want it to be, is the reason that you bleed the green and gold. So, yeah. But anyway.
Well, thank you for a wonderful presentation. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Thank you guys. And in high school fashion, we love you.
Thank you. We love you too.
I was gonna say.
Okay, there's no superintendent's update, new business, permission and approval to purchase 400 iPads, Braxton County Middle School from Apple in the amount of $217,380.
Yes, so, this is, to replace the middle school, computers, our little devices, and, then hopefully that would help us with our refresh plan that we need to get in place. So, we're fortunate that this is some, older step 7A money that we have, and, we'll be able to use, that along with some new step 7 to pull that off, and that will only leave high school remaining to replace. And we need it done now. The reason I asked for it to be done now is to try to get our orders in for other school systems, so we get them back in time before school starts.
Good plan. Thank you. All right, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve, give a permission to purchase the 400 iPads for Braxton County Middle School in the amount of $217,000, $217,380.
I'll second that motion.
Been moved and seconded to approve the purchase of 400 iPads for Braxton County Middle School from Apple, paid for with step 7A funds. Any discussion on that motion? No discussion. Those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Board member remarks, you want to just hold that at the end? our work session. All right. We'll move in, and at this point, we need to recess the meeting for approximately 15 to 30 minutes for technology to set up at the board office so that we can reconvene at the board office to perform the superintendent's evaluation for the year. So at this point, it is 2:13, and I will recess and proceed to the board office.
Are you? I just wonder if you guys are as tired as I am.